I need this Otani back. I need it. Tomoya, you made this, man. This was you. You did this, man. You did this, man. How are you gonna do this and then stop doing this? How are you gonna create musical orgasms and then EDMify everything? But you did this. You must be able to do this again. We need this again. We need. Anyway, onto the topic of conversation. Sonic X Shadow Generations. We got more gameplay, so now people are wilding. They are getting wild with the takes. Just like when Superstars was the next Sonic game, they were dropping takes that shouldn't have been dropped. Shit like, this is better than Mania. Slow down there, Buster. No, it's not. And now we're getting the same thing here. Or people are getting lost in the hype, and they just saying shit. They saying that Shadow Generations is now better than Sonic Generations. Shraggy? Like, that don't sound right. That don't sound right. A little bit too hyped there. Slow down there, buckaroo. Like, now's not the time. Like, it's not the time. Someone said Superstars would have been better if it was $20. Listen, man, I don't care if it was $2. It's not better than Mania. Like, you know that Superstars is more expensive than this game? Right? Like, let's just go to the store right quick. Let me check. Let me confirm this shit, right? Sonic X Shadow Generations is £44.99. Alright? Let's see what Sonic Superstars is right now. Right now! This is not even on launch. £54.99. So what you were telling me is that for £10 less than Sonic Superstars, I can get Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations? Shadow Generations, that alone is already better than Superstars. But on top of that, I get one of the greatest boost titles in a bundle? And Superstar costs more? That's how much they think about Classic Sonic in the West. That's how much they think Classic Sonic is so valued that we can just charge more than 2 games in one. The audacity, okay, or for you people that say it the other way, the audacity, okay, that you think that I'm paying $54.99 for Superstars. Oh, ridiculous. Ridiculous. I did a poll because it was confirmed that they changed the control scheme in base generations to the Frontiers control scheme. R2 to boost, square to home and attack, just like Unleashed as well. Apparently you can change it back, but I asked people how they felt. I said, do you love the change? Do you hate the change? Do you find it either way? Most people said they were fine either way. Some people loved it. Some hated it, you know. But apparently you can use the old control, so that's good. I don't know if that's confirmed, but I'm hearing that you can. On to bigger fish, though. People are playing the game, giving their thoughts. Jeremy Klinger's got an 11-minute video with gameplay. I think that's just gameplay. I don't think that's thoughts. Trucktopus has got a 14-minute video saying he played Shadow Generations early, right? Good Vibes Gaming's got his impressions video. Sonic X Shadow Generations is doing more than you think. And Nintendo Life, as you can see here, they played Sonic X Shadow Generations. They said, is it any good? And we got some news topics, interviews. Game Informer's got an article, but no video. We'll check that out after we've gone through the video stuff. But can I just say something before we start, okay? Can I just say something before we start? Gamer guys, this is the new era of news. We stream the shit now. We ain't got time for no editing, okay? Spend like 15 minutes recording, another 20 minutes gathering screenshots, hours editing, blacking out the screen at jokes so that people think I'm funny, and then like, for what? When I could just stream? When I could just stream? It's a new era, man. Gamer guy, you gotta get on that streaming buzz. Anyway, can I just say something before we start? I don't know who they hired at Sonic Team to be the artists, but they are cooking right now. They are cooking, okay? Like, I have to praise shit because they don't be doing shit right. So when they do some shit right, I have to say. But this menu? Oh my god, they've been cooking on these menus, man. The HUD, the menus, like, I got so sick of that Forces looking drab, basic ass, boring ass fucking menus. The Frontiers menus were okay. They weren't bad. But the Forces shit was ugh. I don't even remember what Superstar looked like. Maintenance menu was good. Obviously, like, certain games have better menus than others, right? I think Heroes had a great menu system. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not just saying that because I love the game. Rush had a great menu system. The point is, they've been cooking on these look at this shit. It's beautiful, man. Look at it. Look at this. Oh. They cooked. They cooked, man. And Gamer Guide, you're wrong about that. That's not true. They got one guy back. They didn't get the whole team back. Okay? Let's not jump the gun. Let's not jump the shark, Fonzie. Okay? Do you think they'll actually consider Unleashed after the interview? They have to do Unleashed. At some point. They said they want to remaster games. They will have to at some point. Right? They've already done the Whisk game. They're doing Generations. No one cares about Lost World significantly enough. They're not gonna do Forces. It's SA1, SA2, then the GOAT, then Unleashed. Those are the 4 that are left. They're not gonna do 06. Maybe Storybook? I don't know. Adventure's gonna be remakes. Adventure 1 and 2 is remakes. And based on the leaks, Midori's saying remake 2. So, Unleashed is on the list. The question is where in the pecking order, you know? We don't know where, but it will get done. How big was the old team? That's a good question. So you haven't even started going through the footage. There's a place you can go to check this out though. I believe is it Sega Retro? It's either Sega Retro or Sonic Retro. Okay, production credit. No, it's Sonic Retro. It's Sonic Retro, I believe. There's a credits page. Here we go. Wait, did I click that? Okay, it's Sega Retro. Level designers. Yeah. I believe these were the people that... Is that either game designers or level design? One of them. Lead character artist, stage artist, senior web designer. Yeah, I think it's the game designers here. Let's just open them up and see. I believe those are the ones that went to Nintendo, or some of them went to Nintendo. They're only gonna list their Sonic shit on this website because it's a Sega site, so I don't know how to. Let's see. There was a screenshot that shows it, right? I used it in multiple videos. I'm not gonna be able to find it the moment I actually need it. But basically, a bunch of the Generations level designers went to go Nintendo. I might try and Google it and find it. Breath of the Wild. There was a picture. I'm not gonna find it. I'm so not gonna find it. Oh, this is it. Yeah, here we go. These are the names. A tweet? Okay. Just zoom into the fucking page. Alright. Production manager on Unleashed went to do Mario Kart 8. Lead field artist on Unleashed went to Mario Galaxy 2. Field artist on Unleashed went to Character Online Breath of the Wild. Field artist on Unleashed went to Xenoblade Chronicles. Field artist on Unleashed went to Landscape Modeling. Field artist on Generations went to Course Design on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Goated shit. Programming on Generations went to Xenoblade Chronicles 2. There's a clear pattern here. Usually goes Sonic game to Mario and Sonic to Nintendo, or Sonic game to random contract work and Nintendo. So they went to go and work on well-received games. Nintendo just yeeted all of them, right? So, yeah. One of those things. So basically, the new level design has just been trying to play catch-up with what was done before. You know? But anyway, we got footage to look at. Let's start off with the footage. I don't know if this one is actually like impressions, so we're just gonna check the footage and give thoughts. Apparently Fidel's got some new footage as well. I don't think I have the link for that, but I have to add that to the list. So this is the demo. You can see the menu. You can select the level straight from here. I really hope they give us multiple save files though. Those are artists, not level designers. So you're saying the level designers are still here? Is that what you're saying? Let me see. Where's the field artist, program put up. Okay. So let's go back to the, what was I looking for? Sonic Generations, Sega Retro. That's the new footage. Let me see. I have to add that to the list of footage. Okay, I'll add that to the list. Let's look at Sega Retro again. So then is it the game designers then? Because you said they were field. You're saying field artists. But there is no field artist role here on the official credits. So either they just use the same name as like game designer. Let's look at the names. Tetsuya Kobayashi. Let's just search up the names. Okay, that's a different Kobayashi. This is so hard to go to track down. Yonezu. I can't even pronounce that. Yeah, I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. All I know is level design took nosedive off the gens. Something happened, right? I don't know the specifics. Okay, gameplay programmers. Okay, so that guy's there. Cutscene artist. Only one person, because how many cutscenes were in that fucking game? Stage. I would assume that stage artists would be the level designers, right? Or like game designers and stage artists would be that. I think it's a trickle down from the people at the top wanted to dumb it down. I mean, for sure, because Nakamura was the one who talked about that dashing like a maniac bullshit. Naturally, if he's the lead producer of Forces, he's saying that. It don't matter what the underlings want. It's like, this shit's supposed to be automated. That's what the boss said. I want to get my check. I want to go home. I'm just going to make this shit automated. That's what he said, right? So, you know, that's just how it is. So, at the end of the day, Sega needs to realize what's up. You know, level design is not an easy thing to do. Nonetheless, let's get into the gameplay. Space Colony Arc. God, they cooked on these menus. Oh. This shit better be 4K menus too. Look at the HUD, man. Oh, they cooked on the HUD and everything. Low key, there needs to be a mod. There needs to be a mod when this game comes out to where the base generation's HUD looks like this, but then you change the red to like blue, because this HUD looks better than the generation's HUD. I want this HUD on base gens, but with the blue instead of red, like, because this HUD is fire. Fuck the old ass basic ass generation's HUD. This HUD is fire. So now you can see at the square homing attack. So they're saying you can switch base gens back to old control, but Shadow's obviously gonna just have the new system because it's designed around it. So we know there's a higher rail up there, I believe. So those are like designated like wall running panels. So like the gravity changes when you're on those, I think. I don't know why they got rid of tricks though. Like, why can't I like trick on the ramps to get some boost or something? I don't know why they would remove such a good feature. Like, trick mastery is so fun. This is why they got rid of rail momentum. The fuck are you doing? What is this? What is this? Build some fucking speed. You ran out of boost, you can't even speed up. How are you speeding up going uphill? You got no boost. How the fuck you speed up? Automation, please. Was there even a dash panel there? He just sped up on his own. Okay, there was a dash panel. Okay, fine. There was a dash panel. I concede. Use the chaos control to get through there. I've seen that. All right. So that's the one thing they're talking about, that you get like one chance to like air boost that, and it's a tight opportunity and you get like a shortcut. So that's good if you get that, and then you get a little quick shortcut instead of having to go down. Rip. This isn't the right clip. We have one way to use optimal route. This isn't Fidel. This is someone else. There's multiple people showing off gameplay. We're just getting different perspectives here, but we'll check it all out. We'll check all of it out. Yeah, shit like this where you gotta mash the missile, like, I hope there's not too much of that, because these things will get really played out when you replay the level. Like those long-ass cutscene-ish moments, you know? Now, you know that one train segment in like that Forces Avatar level? That drags on too long. I just don't need that. Alright, crazy gadget environment. Did he teleport? Oh, it was a homing attack, okay. I feel like they could make the pulleys a little bit quicker, because he's like boosting so fast and the pulleys like so slow. Jump over the laser. Okay, that's nice. The homing attack makes you immune to damage during teleportation. Well, I guess if you're teleporting, nothing's gonna hit you. Do I like the fact that the levels are long? Yeah, apparently Fidel took 4.5 minutes to do it fast, which is good. I've always advocated for longer levels, so, you know, people that were comparing this to Forces, like, this is like 5 Forces levels already, just in length. Man, they cooked on this hard. They cooked on this hard. Like, I'm so proud of them. Like, oh, they cooked on the hard. It took 5+ minutes, but the chaos control powers freeze the timer. Ah. How many more minutes we got this? Does he do base gens as well, or is he just doing shadow? Okay, yeah, this is base gens. This is what you thought forces were gonna be like back then? Ha! Not a single 2D section, eh? Not a single 2D section. Man, like, sometimes you forget, like, Colors really just did 95% of his platforming in 2D. Like, they couldn't make any fucking 3D platform. It's like, 3D is just there to boost for a few seconds, and then we go to 2D for the real platforming. No! Kishimoto, no! Let me see the ranking thing again. So, it doesn't say perfect bonus when you get the S. It's just like time-based or something. I don't know. A 5-minute long boost station, no 2D, still insane to you? How is that insane to you? You played Unleashed. They had those there. And most people would have taken more than 5 minutes when they first played through a Jungle Joyride. Well, okay, that had 2D. What am I talking about? Unleashed had 2D. See? My brain frying. Yeah, I guess boost stages never have been that long without 2D. It was just adventure era stages that were like that. You'll be sad if this is only like 4 levels long. I mean, you never want to put it past them, right? I think because they got the whole hub world challenges, I think they're going to use the open zone thing to mask that there might not be as many stages as you would like. So there'll be some open zone challenges and things like that to add some length. I'll take a good 6 long stages like this that get better each time. Is 6 enough? I think about how many games he's got to pick from. Games that he was in. So he's got to have something from SA2. He's got to have something from The GOAT. He's got to have something from Shadow the Hedgehog. Something from 06, because he was in that too. That's already at least 4. You know? I guess you could double dip from some of those. If you took 2 from each of those, that's 8 levels, right? Last station will be something like original. I mean, I wouldn't count on that, but we'll see. But the presentation of this game was really good. Like, the boss looks like dynamic. It looks like what you'd expect BioLizard to look like in like the current day in terms of like graphics and presentation wise. Like, they've stepped up their presentation for real. Like, even Frontiers looked a bit janky a lot of the time. Like, Frontiers still had that kind of jank factor. I don't know. I'm not seeing the jank factor here. The game actually feels AAA. I don't know if it's completely AAA, but it's definitely more so than Frontiers. Big Chungus donated £2 and said Sonic. Yes, Sonic. That's why we here. That's why we worship, right? Thank you for the donation. 2 ways and a half. 2.5 A's. Ha! 2.5 A's. Let me see that hint quickly. Triangle to use Chaos Spear. Hold on to lock on to up to 5 targets. Okay. 5 targets. It just has that AAA like feel. In terms of like, it doesn't feel like corner cutty. Maybe it's the cinematics, the animations, the way they transition from one part of the level to the next. You know, it doesn't feel cheap. Like, Frontiers felt cheap because, not cheap, but like cheaper. I mean, if you played open world games, you could see that Frontiers was rough around the edges. Things were just floating in the sky. Cyberspace was Green Hill regurgitated a million times. Like, this doesn't look cheap. I mean, they're still rehashing environments, but they're just rehashing better environments. Green Hill checkerboards, there's only so many times you can see it before it feels like generic, right? It's like every fucking Sonic fan game uses Green Hill. You don't even stand out. Whereas the environments they use now, we haven't seen them with graphics that aren't dated. So to see Kingdom Valley with graphics that aren't from 18 years ago, it just automatically doesn't feel cheap. Now, if they use Kingdom Valley in every fucking game for another decade, then it would feel cheap. But it's like the perception of it, right? Alright, we got Fidel's footage and we got Choctopus as well. Okay, Fidel's footage is quicker, so let's go through that.
Go.
Let's go through that. Yo, Sage, the $5 donation. How's Eggman? If Generation's main story is 5 hours, then how long do you think Shadow's gonna be? I'm hoping for 3 to 4 at best. Well, Generations, you could do that in like 4 hours. I mean, I guess, you know, 4 hours, even less than that, 2.5, depending on how you play. But if you're including like cutscenes, forced missions to progress to the next main level, then Shadow's campaign would probably be like maybe 60 to 80% of the length of Generations campaign, I'm assuming. You know, that's why I would see it being. So, but once you're replaying levels, it's not going to be that much. Yo, what's up, Kaze Boy? Might be contentious, but I hope they didn't need to include control sliders this time around. Can't get over that Shadow just looks responsive in this game, and I hope that's just the default. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to say the control looks great because I don't want to jump the gun. But it doesn't look like bad control. I don't have visual concerns where I'm like, does it control like us? Maybe it does. I don't know. But it doesn't feel like it does. Just looking at it. I don't know. You know? So it's just one of those things where I have to try and see. Let's see the Fedor gameplay. This is supposed to be like, you know, not critics playing it. So hopefully we see some better routes and shit. Ooh, hey, ooh, hold the phone. Go back. Let me see that. Is that a strat? Oh, straight double jump into the... So before he lands, just jumps and then goes back on the... Where did that rail come from? How did that even work? Where did that rail even start from? It's like all the way there. And it jumps into there. That's a different route. Okay, that's a nice little... Okay, so you go up there now. Okay. And it goes to the same place. But if there's like a red ring there or something, then, you know... What was that? Hold on. What was that? Oh, so he went under there to take that path. Okay. But he just boosted around it instead of just going under. Okay. Even the homing attacks here are way quicker. If you notice the way the critics were playing, where's the first clip we got? Because I want to compare that because they were making it look draggy. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. They were making it look draggy. Let me go to that exact same homing attack just to compare that because I noticed immediately when I saw that. I was like, they made it look draggy. Where is it? Okay. Well, yeah, it was somewhere here. Alright, watch this homing attack section. Just taking too long. It's just taking too long. It's making it feel slow, right? And you go back to this one, right? And it just had a fluidity to it. It was like, go back to it. God. It's just like, it just feels more present, you know? What was that? Hold on. How did he do that? So you just straight onto there. So you've got like wall running. I don't think there's wall jumping, but there's definitely wall running, which is a nice addition. Yo! Skate LPC Games donated $8. That section in Radical Highway where the slope is after the checkpoint triggers me. If Shadow had momentum-based spin dash, the loop would be thrilling. The section where the slope is after the checkpoint. Yeah, I don't know which section that is. I mean, I have to look at it in the footage and compare, but I have to see. But like, there's a lot of things that if you got the right control, you could take certain advantages. But if you don't, then you can't. So like Forces, the main strat was like spam the air boost, basically. That was the shortcut you were looking to take. You know, with, you know, something like SA1, it was like, what can you spin dash? You know, what could you use the spin dash to take a shortcut on? With Heroes, there were times where you would use like, what's it called? Blue Tornado to get extra height with Sonic. Or you would use, oh, my favorite one was when you wanted to fly a further distance with Tails. And you'd do like the high jump. And then you'd fly the distance. And then you'd thunder shoot to get a bit more height. And then you'd be able to get to higher distances or further. Because by the time you land, you've gone a bit further. But every game has got its, like, cheese. God, Twitter is just not helping today with this quality. Like, what is this? This shit going into, like, YouTube 2006 times, like... Okay, it's come back a bit. I hope someone mods Crazy Gadget into this game, like, fully. I don't even know if that'll work, but... Yeah, this missile section is gonna drag on when you replay the level. If there was a way to skip it on like replays, like if you get good, like you could take a route that avoids it or something. I don't know. So I'm guessing there's a way to see that artificial chaos. I'm guessing there's a way to go to the higher one. So the one up there, like maybe if you home and attack the right way, then you can get to the top one and take another route. I'm assuming, otherwise why is he there? Yo, Relix donated $2 and said, you think Mephiles will be a boss in this game? I mean, if it's a Shadow game, then Mephiles, you would think he'd show up. I don't know how much they want to showcase 06 related stuff. I mean, they got Kingdom Valley in there, so maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I would love to see Mephiles back. I wouldn't even mind seeing Infinite back, man. When I look at this footage, and I know this is like low quality Twitter footage, but it's hard for me to believe that this game would be capped at 60. I feel like they have to uncap this, right? It can't be a 60 cap, like on PC. It just feels so fluid that it would be a shame if it was permanently capped at 60. You know? The only thing I'm concerned about is if the game will inherit what I was annoyed by in Frontiers, that after hitting a wall and come to a complete stop, you still retain velocity for too long. When you hit a wall and come to a complete stop, you retain velocity. I didn't even notice that, to be honest. But to be fair, I didn't do too much cyberspace shit, so I don't know. But yeah. The thing is, like, when you try to compare this to cyberspace, it's so hard because, first of all, I didn't like how cyberspace controls. Second of all, the boost didn't even work on enemies, so it was kind of useless. Third of all, cyberspace is just 50 million green hills. So it's hard to, like, be objective on just level design when you're staring at Green Hill for the 50th time. This looks, like, fresh, right? Like, I get that they want to rehash their old levels, but, like, there's better levels to rehash if you're going to rehash, not just the same ones over and over again, right? You got a rich history of great levels to steal from. You don't have to steal from Green Hill and Chemical Plant every single time, you know? So this is a nice breath of fresh air. I really hope that they don't do another Green Hill and Shadows portion because main generations has already got enough Green Hill. We've already got enough Green Hill. We need Sky Troops. That's a level we need. We need Sky Troops. This is such a massive jump up from Cyberspace, I'm shocked. This is Frontiers 1.5 and it's getting my hopes up massively for the next release. How much of the Frontiers team are working on this? Is it like different people? Like, are they like working on Frontiers 2 simultaneously while this is going on? I don't even know what's happening here, honestly. But like, I feel like level design wise, this is like slightly better than the Cyberspace, but presentation and aesthetic wise is significantly better. It's like, because Cyberspace, I think they thought in the back of their mind, if we just copy like level design from games they liked, then Cyberspace will be good. But it didn't work. I don't think it worked. Like, I'll play a level and be like, oh, this level wasn't Unleashed. But like, it was more fun in Unleashed. Like, you just made it Green Hill. Like, it's not as fun here. You know, like, you made it Green Hill, you've done the EDM, you know, it doesn't control as nicely as Unleashed. Why would I play it here when I can play Unleashed, kind of thing? You know, you gotta make me want to play the new version, right? Like, I feel like that's the problem that was missing with Cyberspace. Like, even scenes like this is what makes it feel so, like, polished. Like, it's seamless, right? Like, the level goes into the cutscene seamlessly. It doesn't feel forced. It just, like, happens. That's the thing you don't usually get from Sonic Team. Even in Frontiers, there were cutscenes that were stretched. My god, some of these names, man. Some of these names, man. Why? Why? Oh my god. Why? Oh, I missed the donation. Hold on, let me go back. Rammer the Boss donated $5 and said, you should watch 2-6 from Frontiers. It proves what you said about the rail grinding in new versus old Sonic games. Okay, I'll check that out. Let me see. 2-6? I'm falling behind.
The year is
Sonic
2005.
Sonic Frontiers 2-6. Okay. Sonic's donated $5 and said, hey Prem, I just want to show some support. Anyways, do you have a favorite song from Frontiers? And do you think Sega will get rid of that god-awful Sonic model jump animation in time for the next mainline game? Would love to get some longer quills back. I love longer quills as well, man. And I'm not a biggest fan of like the Forces jump ball, but I don't know where their plans are when it comes to that. Favorite Frontiers song? I don't play it enough to remember what my answer is, but I did a ranking of the Cyberspace tracks, if I can find it. Yeah, I did a stream here, like an 8-hour stream, ranking the Frontiers OST. Oh, I think it was like the whole OST. So, you know, for fear of spoiling the tier list, I'm gonna actually check the list to see what I ranked. I think I ranked Cyberspace on a separate tier list, but yeah, you can check the stream to see what I was saying then, because I've kind of forgotten. Where was I? No, I was here. DeathEgg94 donated $5. Do you have specific levels you want to see remade in Shadow Gems? I hope for Hand Castle or Egg Fleet they can get creative with those stages. Well, if we're picking from games that Shadow was in, then for Shadow the Hedgehog, I mean, Sky Troops, definitely. And that one, was it Digital Circuit? That really colorful level with the pipes and shit? That level, I want to see that. From heroes, fucking every level. Let's be real. Like Egg Fleet would be great. Final Fortress would be great. Grand Metropolis would be great with new graphics. What else? We already seen Rail Canyon Bullet Station. I think that's great. Definitely Grand Metropolis Power Plant. Yeah, I mean, so many options. But I think Bullet Station is a good pick. I think Egg Fleet. I think they should do Egg Fleet and Final Fortress as like one level. Like maybe like it's daytime and then there's a transition and it turns to night or some shit like that. Or something like that. That could be cool. From 06, they already picked Kingdom Valley. So after that, I guess I'd say like a Flame Core or a Radical Train. Or even a White Acropolis because that was Shadow's first level. Or Aquatic Base would be beautiful with these new graphics. There's so many good picks, man. 06 had some great aesthetics, man, honestly. SA2, I think I already said Crazy Gadget, Final Rush were my favorites. Radical Highway, you know. White Jungle would be a good one, especially for the boost, I think. I think White Jungle would be great. Nightfall donated €6, said everyone make sure to like and subscribe to Prem. Thank you so much for the support. Jaden donated $5 and said, real quick, go back and peep that open area. The last guy took the slow path because he didn't jump in time for the rail, and Fidel took the right path. Which one was that? The open area. Like I'm so like bad at like figuring out which area is which based off words. Like you said the slow path because he didn't jump in time for. You talk about the beginning. Because there was one at the absolute beginning, right? Yeah, there was one here where you like jumped onto a higher rail, like that rail over there. Like I remember that one. After the laser gate, which one was the laser gate? Which one was the laser gate? Does someone have a timestamp? Like, does someone know which section? If you got a timestamp, that would really help. Sage donated $2 and said, "What do we call this new era post Forces?" I've been saying multimedia era. And I say that for a reason, not to shit on the games. I mean, I don't mind shitting on Superstars, but like, I say that because that's what reignited everything. They stopped putting in effort because they thought Sonic was a dying brand, and then the movie showed them that hold on a minute, when you make quality products, people show up. So now they're making more products. Like before, the droughts were only there because they were kind of like, this Sonic thing's dying out. We're gonna just coast on our Persona and Total War, whatever else is selling. Remember when Sonic was like the 4th highest selling thing within Sega? They had dropped from 1st to 4th, and I was saying how this was a big issue, and people were like, "Oh, it's not a big deal." Well, yeah, and it was, and it wasn't until they had a comeback that it went back up again. Well, you know, the other dude I watched play, the one with the HUD. Oh, that was this guy. I mean, it'll be easier if I had a timestamp, though, because I'm trying to figure out which section you're talking about. Do I think Shadow Gens will be the best Shadow game? Well, there's only, like, 2 now. So you're saying, like, this versus Shadow the Hedgehog? I mean, that's, like, 2 games. And it's not going to be hard to beat Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be hard to beat Shadow the Hedgehog. Although I like the gunplay. I miss the guns. I'm not gonna lie. I like the guns. Yeah, I don't know what section you're talking about. If you got a timestamp, I could just quickly skip to it, but you know, I'm kind of like trying to figure it out. Right here? Okay, let me see. So which part am I comparing? Have I already paused it? Before the pulley, you can teleport through the lost laser gate and get higher. Oh, I'm going forward, whip. Hold on. Before the pulley. This pulley. Let me see. Let me see the comparison. I'm confused. Before this? How much before? Okay, yeah, we're here before. And then the pulley is there. Oh, so he goes up the hoop, right? So the other path was like... the other path was down, right? You go down under there. And then you go, like, to the left, right? But then he's going through the orange hoop. And that's a different route. So is that significantly faster? Is it like a completely faster path? So all of this, the other guy didn't go through that, did he? All of this wasn't, let me see. Like, is the benefit that it's faster, or is it like a red ring thing? Oh, so you're at the bottom of this whole area, whereas he was at the rails up in the corner. Okay. Okay, I see that. Yeah, I can see the difference now. He's like a whole different section, kind of like a whole different part of the area. He's at, Fidel's at the top. He's like towards the right. The other guy was towards like the left. Okay, that's interesting. You guys aren't still comparing this to forces, right? Like, come on. Like, we're not doing that, are we? Like, we're done doing that. Like, we can't do that. Like, some of you guys have forgotten how bad Lost Valley was. Like, or any level in forces. Like, come on. Like, we can't be comparing this to forces, right? I can't help but feel like this is pretty dang SA2 feeling level design. Has to be more stretched out to account for boost, but otherwise it's faithful progression design-wise. I mean, I've been saying for the longest time that SA2 speed levels weren't that complicated. Like, I enjoyed them, but they were almost like boost precursors. Aside from like Crazy Gadget, because that level was crazy. But most of them could have been boost levels in terms of the way they were designed. SA1 was a bit more open, so it didn't feel like it could have just be a boost level. But like Green Forest could have been a boost level. White Jungle could have been a boost level. You know, Metal Harbor could have been a boost level. Like, they had, like, the kind of similar feel to, like, an Unleashed kind of level, in a sense. I always noticed that with SA2 speed stages. With the exception being, again, Crazy Gadget, because they were on some different shit. That was some different... They were on crack when they made Crazy Gadget. I don't know what they were doing. That was crazy, okay? But, yeah, I felt like SA2 was in a way, like, their vision was like a boost level, but they just didn't have the boost thing yet. So that's why it was so different, you know? But yeah. You know what this reminds me of? Like, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Like, the budget feel like, you know, when you have all these transitional moments in the middle of levels, it reminds me of that. Like, you can really do that shit, like, when you put the effort in. Yo! Yo! Yeah, I fucking run it. I'm motherfucking Sonic. Nightfall with a €24 donation. Thank you for the support. You think if this game does great critically and financially, they'll add Shadow in more mainstream games? Well, I would like to believe that if the game does well, they wouldn't attribute it to it simply being Shadow is here, and they would attribute it to we put some fucking effort into the game. You know, like I feel like if Sonic Team sees that the game does well, they shouldn't go, oh, people like Shadow. Like, they should go, we designed some good levels. We maybe like put some effort into the presentation and the menus and I don't know, the story and things like that. Like, they should definitely take notes. Like, if they're making a Frontiers 2, like, open zone, then they should be looking at this as inspiration for Cyberspace. Cyberspace should feel like it could have been its own game. But in reality, Real Frontiers Cyberspace, if that was its own game, it would have been shit, right? But here, these kind of levels, if Cyberspace was, like, on this level, like the environments, the music. Oh, I don't know if the music, they're still doing the EDM thing, but if the environments, like the presentation, like if the cyberspace was like this, and then you had an open zone as well, like Frontiers 2 could be stacking up to be something far superior to Frontiers 1 if they started making way better levels for cyberspace and fleshing out the open zone even more. Sage donated $5 saying, I need a segment of you comparing this level to Lost Valley. How would you even compare that, man? Like, Lost Valley is like literally, like I was looking at it in the last stream. It's so bare bones that it's not even right to compare, right? It's so like I can't, even the first time I saw the level, not Lost Valley, but this level, the first time I was still skeptical because, you know, it's Sonic Team, right? It's Sega. But even the first time I saw the level, I was like, this is not comparable to Forces. Lost Valley has no source. And the audacity of Sega too, because like, when they dropped the Forces demo, this level was in the demo. So they allowed people to try it before the game came out and thought that this would help sell the game. They just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. This is pre-movie 1. They're sitting there like, we are failures right now. They had Rise of Lyric before that. They had Lost World. Generations was 6 years old at that point. And then on top of that, after they're developing this mid, then Mania just shows up out of nowhere and shocks the fucking world and becomes critically acclaimed. Now they gotta follow Mania? It's like, they were fucked. They were fucked. They just didn't give a fuck. They were done. Like, they put a time. Oh yeah, they put the 1 minute time limit so we didn't figure out how short the level was as well. I know you're sick of the EDM, but don't be hate. I mean, look, there's no way I'm gonna prefer the EDM remix to Radical Highway. It's just, I really sincerely hope that they keep that. You know, the Bass Generations has the music feature. I really hope they keep that for Shadow Gens, so I can just like switch the levels to the original music, like just play regular Radical Highway music, play regular Rail Canyon Bullet Station. Just let me just select my favorite songs, like the originals or whatever, so that I don't have to, you know, complain about the EDM. Just let me switch it. You know, in Bass Generations, I never really switched to music. I didn't care enough. I like the Generations music, but like for these EDM remixes, just let me just select that shit. Maybe on the first playthrough you won't be able to, but like, let me unlock it. Let me unlock the songs and then go back to that. TW donated $5, said, what about Black Comet from Shadow the Hedgehog as a returning stage? I'm trying to remember which one that is. Let me see. This is not even a level. All the platforming done in 2D, which is very little platforming. Then 3D is just boost. Oh look, alternate path. Yay, pick one. And then the level is fucking done. This is not a level. A child would be bored, right? A child would get more challenge out of doodle jump and cut the rope, right? It's not even a level. Which one is Black Comet? Oh yeah, this level with the this thing. Oh yeah, I like this mechanic. Like Shadow the Hedgehog had some nice level visuals. You know, the problem was just that they took the speed characters from Heroes and made them more slippery. At least with Heroes, it was like you had a whole team. I could switch to other characters, but with Shadow, you were just stuck with Shadow. But yeah, I mean, they had some nice level ideas. What was the one I was talking about before? Digital Circuit. This shit, aesthetically wise, this is a level I would love to see with current graphics because they would kill it. Like, imagine how vibrant this shit would look with like modern day graphics. Like, there's so much potential here. There's so much potential here. And then you got these transitions as well. Like, imagine how they could do that with like a modern game. Like, you could really like, oh, and then the platforms that oh my god, like this would be a great level to remake. This would be a great level to remake. It's just got all the cool factor. And even the music sounds like music that if you were to EDMify it, it wouldn't even be that bad. It's already got a bit of that vibe. Yo, Nightfall again! Yeah, fucking run it. with the 24 euros. They should make another story like in 06 where Sonic and Shadow have two different stories that clash into one another, have them fight each other as boss fights, make them team up. They should make Shadow feel like a rival again. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they wanted to make Shadow the Hedgehog 2 in terms of like a new Shadow game, but they were still a bit shook from the last one, so they had to do the bundle it with Sonic Generations. Because I don't think they're confident enough that Shadow's source is enough to sell its own game, right? And that's just one of those things where we just don't know until we see it. We have to you'd have to test the waters. They're gonna sell more units because it's bundled with Sonic, right? Classic fans are gonna buy it because Classic Sonic is there. Modern Sonic fans are gonna buy it because Modern Sonic's in Generations. And Modern Sonic fans will like a Shadow game anyway because it's still Modern Sonic gameplay anyway. So, but when you separate it, this is a Shadow game now, you really have to rest on the laurels of people's love of Shadow, right? And that's a tough sell. Unless you do the lazy thing and just be like, we'll make a Shadow game, but Sonic is a bonus playable character that you unlock so you can run through the levels of Sonic so that Sonic fans will still buy it. But then now you gotta put Sonic on the cover, otherwise people won't realize it's a Sonic. I don't know. It's one of those things. So it's interesting. It's interesting for sure. But for real though, I really hope they don't cap the frame rate on these games because I have a 144 hertz monitor and the presentation here it looks like something you want to experience at 144 hertz or even higher if you've got higher. It'll be a shame to have to cap it at 60. It'll be a shame to have to cap it at 60. It's got potential to be really good at a smooth frame rate. If it means another level of refinement before the next big standalone release, I'm fine with this being a small side game. That's the problem that we have with Sonic Team is that they'll have a good idea and it's refine this for the next game and then they just don't do it. They do something completely different. It's I don't know if it's because people keep changing hands. Chris Tian Byams donated $10. So watch the Choctacus gameplay on this channel. We can hear the music that's completely different from the VGC gameplay. Don't worry, that's on the list of videos. After we finish Fidel, we've got where's Choctopus? See, I've lost track of the tab. You got Choctopus as well. We're gonna go through everything. Don't worry, we got tons of time. Tons of time. Even the camera angles with the rail grinding, it feels polished. It's so weirdly polished. It doesn't. I'm shocked to believe that Sonic Team made this. They usually don't polish on this level. Just the little thing, when the rail camera moves, it feels like a polished game. Ooh, it's just it's slick with it. It's not jumpy. Do you know what I mean? Usually this shit is rough around the edges and shit. This is oh. And oh my, ooh, the camera movements have got swag. Do you know what I mean? Sonic Team? Even the camera movements got, they could have just done a basic ass, it just follows the character, and then the camera switches like that, it just, follows it like that. It, vroom, vroom, it's like a fucking roller coaster. They're, actually fucking trying for a change. I don't know why they're trying so hard, what happened to just, doing the bare minimum? I don't know, the presentation here, we can critique level design if you want, but presentation? Even the way the ramps have the X button show up, everything just feels, polished. It doesn't just, there's not just an X there, it appears at the right moment and it, has a little animation, yep, press X here. Everything just, pops. You know what I mean? Is this the same team as Frontiers? Or are they different people? Did Kishimoto, was he behind this? Or, are we doing another A-Team-B team situation here? Sage donated $5 and said, if movies are what push Sega and Sonic Team to use more characters, then we need a Silver and Blaze movie very, very soon. I've been saying, man, if we're going to do Sonic X Shadow Generations, then we need Sonic X Silver Heroes, because I want my Silver and Blaze team in Heroes, and if they do a Heroes re-release and they add a Silver and Blaze team, Like, I'm here for it, okay? Like, if they remake the GOAT with this level of presentation, and then they add a Silver and Blaze team, like, that could be some crazy shit, right? That could be some crazy shit. Like, just graphically alone, right? If the Heroes remake really does come like 2026, 2027, that's Switch 2 era, which means that the graphics are going to be even crazier because they have to worry about base Switch. They could really do some nice graphical work on the GOAT, right? Like, God. Grand Metropolis, Ocean Palace, like, you know, if they don't butcher it, but, you know, I hope they don't butcher it, seriously. I really hope. Like, the levels feel alive here. It doesn't feel static. It's a weird thing to, like, say about a Sonic Team release. The Chaos Spears, I like the Chaos Spears as well. A Silver Unleashed that goes through a ruined version of original stages. The whole shit would be Crisis City at that point. Even that, like, he skydives and the environment's just like building in real time. And then the moment it builds, then straight into the new area.
Alright, let's see. As for Shadow?
They changed the point system too. Like, base gens was like, what, 50,000 for our S tier? Sam said that the Chaos Spears were just like the guns with a different appearance. Yeah, I mean, shooting has been in Sonic games for ages. Thunder Shoot is a form of gun, technically. You got the mech shooting. They just don't want to use the actual guns because they know critics will make a hissy fit because they want everything to be classic Sonic. But, you know. Alright. What was this Cyberspace 2-6 that someone else to check out? Like, oh my god, like... I mean, I'm getting irritated looking at this game again. Like, Green Hill, like, oh. If they told me that it's a different team working on Sonic X Shadow Generations than was working on Frontiers, that makes me worried because it's like, that means that whoever's making Frontiers 2 is the people that made Frontiers 1 and not the people that are making Shadow Gens. If there's that noticeable of a difference, are we getting another Colors Generation situation where those games were at least 1 year apart, but clearly look like they were made by different people because they were? Are we getting one of those situations? Because if this is what we can expect from the Frontiers people in terms of cyberspace, but the other team is doing what Shadow Gens is, and it's not the same team improving and getting better, then we might get this again. Like, the audacity to copy the aesthetics and copy the level design and make it worse. Like, it's just like Green Hill and then the same fucking blocky texture that they copy paste into like half the fucking level. And this is Sky Rail. Sky Rail was a good level in SA2. It was a great level. And then of course the EDM. Like, remember when I said the Shadow Gens levels felt alive? Like, things felt like they were happening. Everything felt active. Things felt like they were just moving. Everything here feels static. I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere in Green Hill again, with blocky textures again, with EDM again, with a slow-ass fucking homing attack. Why is it so fucking slow? Why? Like, I find it hard to believe that the team that just made this in 2022 has improved this much. I feel like it might be another A team, B team situation. Like, or just two different teams, right? Because, like, they thought this was okay. Like, I don't know. It's a different team. Is that confirmed or we just speculate? I don't know. Frontiers is basically Sonic Team slowly crawling out of their play it safe zone after wiping with forces. I mean, cyberspace is the epitome of playing it safe. The open zone obviously took some risk because they haven't done like that kind of open zone gameplay as a full game. But cyberspace was like, we're so scared that the open zone won't work that let's play it so safe on cyberspace that at least they like something type shit. Is what it feels like. It's like they took Skyrail and just sucked out all the cool factor. How do we take Skyrail and make it not cool? That's what it feels like they did here. You can't even do rail balancing, so you're just boosting all this time. There's nothing really happening here. All the cool factor of Skyrail just gone. Just gone, right? Like, and it's not just the rock music, it's the cool aesthetic of Skyrail. It's the rail grinding actually meaning something. It's all of those elements, you know? They took out the cool factor. Shadow Gens has the cool factor. Frontier Cyberspace didn't have the cool factor. Even the jumping at the tip of the rail was cool as fuck. I'm getting some hard to pronounce names today, my god. Hieronix, I think that's right, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Donate £5. I think the team working on Shadow Gen split from Frontiers partway through that game's development. I hope this team joins back up with them. Do you really think they were developing this simultaneously with Frontier? I don't think they were. I don't know. I mean, like, Frontiers came out, what, 2022? November? It's been, like, almost 2 years since then, right? I mean, I guess they could have. I mean, even this game probably has 2 separate teams working on it. You got one team working on the Generations base version and getting that up to snuff, and then another team making the new part. And then you have to consolidate it together. It feels like 2 separate things in a sense. It's possible that they started the Shadow Gens part first and then added the Generations remaster afterwards, or maybe they started the Generations remaster first and then said we want to add more content like Bowser's Fury or something, so let's give Shadow some levels. Maybe they fleshed out so much that they were like, we can't just add this to Generations, we gotta like separate it a bit, you know, make it Shadow Gens instead of just some DLC levels or something. Yeah, the aesthetic, the music, the rockets, the spin dashing on rails, the balancing, you know, it just has the cool factor. Cyberspace just sucked out all the life and enjoyment out of that level. Anyway, we gotta get to the Choctopus. Let me close this. The VGC, we've seen that. We've seen this. Let's get to Choctopus. Look at these oh, even the menus got, oh my god, like, the menu looks so good that it doesn't even bother me that Classic Sonic is there.
So
I'm joking.
To play Shadow Generations early, thanks to Sega. I'm not gonna play through Sonic Generations. I did that video already. You could go watch that.
Oh, you did a Generations video as well? Let me see. We'll still check it out. I don't see that video here. He said he did it, but I don't see it. Sage donated $5. He said it's probably the same team, but just a director that's not Kishimoto himself. That's why we see so much Source and Shadow Gens compared to Frontier. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same team. I feel like there's a lot that's different here, you know? There's a lot that's different here. Zolusia has donated $2 and said Roger is the GOAT. Bring back Jason as Shadow. Yeah, the only thing Roger is the GOAT at is Ezio Auditore. Definitely not Sonic, but thank you for a donation.
So we have 2.
This menu, man. Oh my god. Like, oh my gosh.
Levels to
like, he's got his own logo. They don't have the Sonic X Shadow logo. It's got his own Shadow Generations logo that's unique to his.
I did that video already.
Like,
you could go watch that.
Like, I'm just picturing this in 4K right now because it's gotta be 4K, right? They didn't do like the 1080p thing again, right? It's gotta be 4K. I'm picturing it in 4K. I'm just like, this is gonna look beautiful. Imagine on a 4K OLED, big screen, put it on a 4K OLED TV, and you see that those vibrant colors.
I'm not gonna play through Sonic Generations.
Like,
I did that video already. You could go watch that. So
like they made a menu. They showed up.
We have 2 levels to do. Shadow Generations, doing an early sneak peek at the game. I'm gonna be playing through all of it. Make sure you subscribe and let's see what they're doing.
Does it remind you of PO6's menu, low key? Like, I don't know. I got a flashback of that.
They're going to the Space Colony arc. Pretty iconic to start.
Look at the. I'm sorry about gushing over the menu, man. Look at the little fire, like the red fire they got at the bottom. Like the whole shit is animated. The whole shit has got life and color. The bottom part is like fiery, and it's like, look at that, man. Like, that's a menu, man. That's a fucking menu. That's how you do a menu. Like, I have to like.
The year is 2005. Revenge of
Let me just take a look at something right quick, because like, people don't understand. Like, these things matter. They matter. They do. Like, presentation is everything. This is boring. This is boring. Boring. Who wants that? No one. This shit's got fire coming out of the arse of the screen. Even the title got fire coming out of the text just for like a second. They just added that just because they were starting. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do all that.
Let's see what they're cooking.
Nightfall with another 24 euros. Oh my god, I'm getting so lost behind the donation. I'm looking at these menus too much. I'm sorry about these menus, man. I'm sorry. I don't even got anything to say anymore. Just felt to donate. Man, thank you so much for the support. Seriously, thank you, man. I'm sorry I'm talking so much about these fucking menus. Like, it's just like, I've just been wanting them to put an effort for so long. Like, I've just been wanting them to do some fucking shit that shows that they give a fuck. And it's like, when they do it, it's like, it shocks my whole core. Zash donated $5 and said, so Shadow Generation level designs in the middle of the boost games. Does that make it mid? Doesn't make it mid. It just means that it's not Unleashed Generations level. But even then, that we don't know for sure where it's gonna land. That's just based off what we had seen before, right? We don't know what else could happen. And it's not really strictly level design. It's a combination of level design and mechanics. Like, it could have been a bit more fun if you had the drift. It could have been a bit more fun if they had the slide. It could have been a bit more fun if you had other abilities. You know, like wall jumping in 3D could be cool. Like, what was the other thing I was going to say that could be more fun? Oh, yeah. Rail balancing. Like, rail balancing is really fun. Like, that would have been cool. There's all these things that is outside of level design, which I explained in the video I did the other day. Solutions. I think I already saw that donation. I already read that. But, yeah. I'm getting lost in these menus. I'm sorry. I'm just like, you know, like, they just did a good job with the menus and the HUD and everything. Like, the menus, like, they did a good job.
Right off the bat, looks beautiful.
Like I said, take the HUD they got on Shadow Gens and like modders, like mod that into base generations and just change the red to like blue, because the HUD is that cool that I want to see in Sonic Generations as well. Like, this is a sick HUD. Copy that into base gens. Base gens HUD was boring. Well, that's the final. That's the final rush. EDM. Otani and his EDM, man. He loves his EDM. Solutions donated $2 and said, "I'm late though. What do you think of the level design?" I mean, it's decent level design, man. Like, I don't think anyone should be comparing this to Forces or any of the original Cyberspace levels. They shouldn't. You know. Now, we can have a discussion about automation, you know, but I don't think this is bad level design, no. Man, you guys, where are you coming up with these usernames from, man? Like, for real, like I can't be saying these names out loud. Like, there's people here. There's a $5 donation from the Sonic Enjoyer a little bit too mucher. You know we've been in a drought when Prem is gooning over menus for real, though. They look hella good. Glad to see some style come back to this franchise. I've been playing it safe for too long. Hope they can keep moving forward in the right direction. Yeah, like, that's why I've been saying this for years, but, like, the meta era, like, stripped Sonic of his swag, right? He lost his swag. Even in games that I liked, like Generations, the swag was gone. Like, not just because it was Roger, but, like, just in general. Like, the swag was gone. Lost World in that swag. Gens, as fun as it was not known for its swag. You know, Boom was not swag. Forces was definitely not swag. Mania was like classic Sonic swag. So whatever is swag for classic Sonic, Mania was that. Frontiers had its moments with like the Titan boss fights, but even then I wouldn't consider it like swag, right? When I think of like Sonic games with style, with swag, I think of SA2, 06 when it's not glitching, and Rush. When I think of style, those are the three that I think of. SA2 was cool. The rail grinding really just did that, right? Not just the rail grinding, but the whole aesthetic of the game. 06 when it's not glitching, like when you're going through like Kingdom Valley, like the Mach speed with the water section, you know, when I think the 06 models are fire. I love the 06 models, so that as well. And just the aesthetic and the music, and I just think when it's working, it looked cool. And then Rush. Rush was funky as fuck. The menus, Rush was a beautiful. Rush is a very hard game for me to fault. If you know me, you know how much I love Rush. When I think of style and swag, that's what I think of. Like, just, this looks cool, right? You know? And obviously, like, boost levels as well. Like, Unleashed boost levels look cool as well. But just, like, I feel like in Unleashed, Sonic Generations, I mean, not Sonic Generations. In Unleashed, Sonic was given more of mature Ankh vibes than, like, swag. You know what I mean? Which is fine, but, like, it's not the same thing, right? In Rush, Sonic felt cool as fuck. In SA2, he felt cool as fuck. In Unleashed, he felt a bit more grown and calmed down. It's a different kind of... Because Chip was playing the more youthful character, so Sonic had to balance him out kind of thing, you know? But yeah, those three games, SA2, Rush, 06 was, like, cool factor. Riders as well. If we add spin-offs, Riders had cool factor as well. You know, the art style, the shading, all that. Sonic Battle, the art style was cool as well. Like, the cool factor, right? Solutions donated $2 and said if Prem approves game's gonna be fire. I'm just one person, man. I could be wrong. I could donate $2 and say, what are these donations, man? what are these donations? Man, I don't look at those things, okay? You're gonna have to go on like Twitter or DeviantArt for that, because I don't, you know, I don't. Oh my god. Thank you for the donation. Oh yeah, Switch users, I apologize, because you know that shit gonna be like 25 FPS.
Oh, I have Chaos Control available. Okay. I don't know if we need to use it yet.
Fidel's gameplay looks smoother than this though. Apparently there was a performance mode that ran at 30 FPS. I mean, no, a performance mode that ran at 60 and a visual like quality mode that ran at 30. So I'm guessing this is that, because this looks like 30. So yeah, Switch users, sorry to be you guys, because you're going to be getting some 30 with visuals that probably won't look like this. But I mean, Switch 2 next year, right? Backwards compatible, so you'll be fine.
Just right through them.
Oh, he went down there, okay.
Oh, I have to use it here. Oh, I see.
Oh, even this, right? I've been saying for years, even my favorite Sonic games, they don't know how to teach people how to play them properly. They're not good at teaching. This is something that Nintendo would do, like to teach you how to use a mechanic. They put the Chaos thing there in an area where you have to use it to progress, so that you have to learn how to use it. Old Sega would have just given you the mechanic, not explained it properly, and then you get to a level where you need it, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Here, they make you learn it. It's like, if you don't learn it, you fall down. No. Go back, nigga. Learn the shit. Do it again. Figure it out. People don't even know that in Sonic Heroes, you can break with the bobsled. They teach you in, like, Seaside Hill, when you don't even know that you need it. You don't even need to break in Seaside Hill with the bobsled. You just hold forward. When you get to the later levels and there's lasers everywhere, that break that they told you about in, like, Seaside Hill is like, I forgot about that shit. I didn't know you could break. Now you're dead. They should have taught you when it was, like, essential, right?
Oh, whoops.
AK Dreamer donated. Well, I'm looking at the wrong donation. I'm behind. Okay. Isaka donated $2 and said, looks better than colors but worse than gens. If you're talking level design, I can understand that. Generations level design was really great. Presentation though, I think they've done a better job. But I mean, that's biased because graphics, like 13 years have passed, so I expect it to look nicer graphically. Music wise, it's EDM, so you know, EDM. But like presentation wise, I think they've done a great job here. Like it feels well put together. I can't fault them for that part. Sage donated $5 and said, in terms of swag with character writing, I got Black Knight. In terms of gameplay, I got SA2. Heroes got the corniest Sonic to me. I mean, the real superpower team up was a cringe line. But the corniest, when we have colors, I can't agree with that. Colors was way cornier than anything that was in Heroes. Like, colors made me not like the character. That was just... Actreamer donated $5 and said, do you think all the stages will be this long? Was this one just so long so they could show off the in-stage cutscenes and the rest will be like 2 minutes? Also feature, also... I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. You know, we can't... I don't want to speculate too hard on that because... You just don't know with Sega, right? You just don't know. You just have no idea. Ica donated $2 and said, I will show Rouge's what? What? I don't know what's going on. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my Nightfall, man. Man, at this rate, you're about to fund Forces. A few more of these and Force is gonna be budgeted for, man. At this rate, with the 60 euros, man. Not gonna lie, it's actually great having Shadow have his own moveset in the game again. Last time it was playable was 7 years ago when it was a reskin of Sonic, not including the Olympic and mobile games. Yeah, they gave him what, the Chaos Spear, and they gave him the Chaos Control, right? So he's got 2 moves that are like different from whatever Sonic has got, basically. So he has got some differences, basically, but usually they tend to clone. Like SA2 was like Sonic but without the bounce bracelet. Heroes was basically Sonic. What other games was he in? 06 he had his own like moveset. Forces was basically a reskin, yeah. Some people prefer the reskin approach. I like the reskin with slight variation approach, like not too different but not too the same kind of thing. So I like what they've got here. I like what they did in, what's it called, SA2 as well. Although removing the bounce bracelet just felt like it was a bit of enough, to be honest, because the bounce bracelet was so useful. But I like it. Yeah, this guy's got good camera quality, though. Oh yeah, once we get the Jason Griffith voice mod for this as well, oh my god, I just remembered, we're gonna mod Jason into this. Oof. Jason gonna be saying the Chaos Control. Maybe even a Humphrey mod as well. A Humphrey mod could go crazy. Like, ooh. Humphrey might even work as well. Like, I might have to try Humphrey. I mean, my Sonic definitely gonna be Jason, but like, I might have to try Humphrey on here as well. Like, there's options. We got options for mods. Isaka donated $2. I'm so sorry about the pronunciation. My only gripe is the models. We need a refresh. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely debates on the models. I feel like because we're gonna be modding this, we're gonna have Long Quill Shadow like built into this thing. Like for me, like Long Quill Shadow is gonna be a mod that we have on. Humphrey or Jason is gonna be a mod for sure. Like I definitely want that as a mod. There's so many options. I'm getting behind again. Fans GFX donated $2 and said, which shadow levels do you expect to be added? I don't have any expectation. I don't know what to expect, honestly. We've seen Kingdom Valley, we've seen Bullet Station, you know, we've seen like Final Chase. Depends on how many levels they're adding. I've got no idea. Sage donated $5 and said, show praise to our GOAT Shadow. He letting you get this bread for real. Shadow's doing bits. I mean, this is crazy right now. Miguel donated $2 and said, can you tell modders to replace Chaos Spear with a gun? I mean, modders don't exactly listen to me, but I'm sure someone will do it. I'm sure someone will try it. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I definitely would try it out. I would definitely try that out. This is crazy. Do you know what would be cool? My first instinct when I saw this missile was like sliding under it. I thought it would be cool if you could slide under it and do some different kind of move or something.
Yo, what? Okay. Hang on. This is crazy.
Oh, so you got like a timed Q to E on the thing there. I didn't even see the timer. So it's like, is it like an optimal moment? Like when the circle, is it like when the circle hits the line or something?
This is crazy.
Wait, so is it rings or enemies that builds the boost meter? Is it both or is it just one or the other? I don't even know.
Yo, this is super cinematic. Alright, Sega, I see you. You're cooking.
For Gens it's both, but for Shadow though, is it both as well? Rings build the boost, enemies build chaos control. Oh, they separate it. That's interesting. I'm surprised they didn't add the trick system. Like, base generations has got the tricks. You would think that for the ramps they'd add in the tricks for like boost or something. That's one thing I feel they should add. Solutions donated $2 and said, were you more excited for Frontiers or this? You mean like as the game was coming out? Frontiers was more like the open zone, right? I wasn't excited for cyberspace at all. Like, I had no excitement for cyberspace. But the open zone looked interesting, you know? But I was very, 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 very skeptical with Frontiers because, I mean, they dropped Forces before that, so... And even after that, they dropped Colors Ultimate. So I was not really giving them any benefit of any doubt, right? So I was going in very like low expectations. And to be fair, I went into this with low expectations as well. But I think they're showing that they've upped their presentation game up. If anything, it's showing me that they actually give a fuck about like feeling like something that's not cheap. Whereas Forces felt cheap, cyberspace felt cheap. Even the open zone with the way the things were just in the sky, it felt cheap. And the way the game ended, when they started giving you that fucking Space Impact game as the boss, that they gave it to you like multiple times in the game, and the way they reused the islands, like Rhea was like Kronos, and Uranus was like Kronos. Like, there were a lot of elements that felt like cheap and cut corners. And maybe that's here too, and we just haven't seen it yet. But there was a lot in Frontiers that felt like corner cutting, which is typical of Sonic Team. Even in the games I like, you feel it a lot of the time. So I haven't seen that yet, so I don't really know. Like, so far I haven't felt the this is where they cut the corner moments, right? Maybe there will be like a small amount of levels and that's the cut corner, but in terms of in the level itself, it doesn't feel like they're just cutting corners. They feel like they're just putting in real fucking effort and just making a game that feels like it can stand next to other franchises and not look cheap in comparison, you know? And that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. The graphics look really nice in this camera. I'm sorry, I'll check the donations in a sec. I'm getting so lost right now. I barely even followed the footage. Barely even followed the footage.
Oh, Black Doom's back. The question is, did they get Sean Schemmel?
This is what they tried to do in Forces with that like Avatar Infinite level with the changes and things. This is what they tried to do there, but this is done so much better here. Transition straight into the next stage. Well, the next environment, like the aesthetic change. Take a quick step for the rings here. I like the dialogue in the middle of the stage. I love in-stage dialogue. Obviously, I know I love Heroes, so In-stage dialogue is always great, adds to the experience. It's like you're experiencing the level in real time. So, has anyone taken that left path? I don't know if I've seen anyone take that left path. That's the Chaos Soda. Yo! Man, I'm so behind, man. Sage donated $5. Said the first few videos of Frontiers gameplay of the whole fan base in shambles. This first few months were hell for you. Yeah, I mean they didn't show cyberspace for a while. They showed the open zone first, so people were like critiquing that. Yo, my god, man, Nightfall, man, man, this is crazy, man. 60 euros, man. You could buy Sonic Superstars with that money. Or even better, you could buy a Sonic X Shadow Generations and still have money left over and not buy a Sonic Superstar. This is crazy. I think 06 had a great plan for Shadow. Make him like Sonic, just a little more extra in combat. It just felt a little slow, but I hope they bring back the idea at some point. Yeah, I think the thing with Shadow at 06 is they wanted to make him distinct, but I think they sacrificed a bit of the speed as a result of that because he didn't have the spin dash, did he? He just had that kick sweep thing, right? So, and Sonic in 06 already himself wasn't that fast without Mach speed. So by Shadow being slower than Sonic, I think it added to the slowness factor, you know, but I think if they were remaking 06, they'd have to give Shadow at least a spin dash or something, you know, to give him some more of a speed boost or something. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think Shadow should be similar to Sonic, but not exactly the same. Kazuya said, I wouldn't put it past them to somehow tie in the creation of the Phantom Ruby to Shadow's campaign, given the surreal stage transitions. I mean, who knows at this point, right? Who knows at this point? I think I missed some other donations. Blue Legend donated $2 and said, you think there's going to be original bosses in this? Like, completely original? I mean, like, as in original characters or just original bosses? Like, if they bring in Infinite, but it's a new boss, is that still an original boss? That's an original boss, right? It's just not a new boss of character. It's the same Infinite we know, but a boss we haven't seen, right? I think that could happen, but I don't really know. Because how many good bosses are they going to pick from to use? I have no idea. I don't remember a lot of the Shadow the Hedgehog bosses. It's been a while. If they take one from Heroes, I don't know what they would take. You know, a versus Sonic? You know, Team Sonic battle? I don't know. So, we'd have to see. Is Saika donated $5? I think I missed that one too. Those gravity platforms look a little out of place, but the artists in the Sonic teams def go crazy. I feel like we're finally picking back up. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which gravity platforms. I think I probably passed it back then. Yeah, I think I've seen everything. Is Saika donated $2 and said, "What do you think of White Space for Shadow so far?" White Space, is that the hub world, is that the hub world image that we saw before? Is there more info on that? Have we seen more of that? But I don't know. Jaden said it's not Gens on Unleashed, but it do kind of feel good to have a game. Yeah, I feel like when we talk about like the AAA feeling, right? I feel like for the time, Unleashed felt AAA. It felt like, aside from the frame rate, it felt like what a big budget game should play like. For that era, that's what it felt like. That's the feeling I always got. I felt like Generations took a step back in the presentation sense of the word. Unleashed always felt big budget. You know, I don't know what the actual budget was, but I'd be surprised if someone was like, Generations budget was higher than Unleashed. I'd be like, no, right? It felt like we want to take presentation seriously. And for its time, I think it did exactly that. And I feel like this game is doing that. Like, I always feel a little bit, I don't want to say embarrassed, but when I like try and show someone who plays like AAA games, like a Sonic game, I always feel like it looks, not childish, but like it looks cheap next to AAA games because they cut so many corners all the time because, Sonic fans, they'll buy it anyway, so like, just do whatever. But like, I feel like I could show them this, and even if they didn't like it, even if they don't like Sonic, they will still appreciate that it feels like a game that you could charge money for and it wasn't made by one person, right? And that's a weird thing to say about, again, Sonic Team. Because if I showed them Frontiers, I'll be sitting there going, this element here looks cheap, that animation there looks cheap, that cyberspace looks generic and cheap. I would feel like this doesn't stand next to other games. I feel like looking at this Shadow Generations content, whether you love the level design or not, I feel like I could stand this next to Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, next to Crash 4, and it would feel like a well-made game next to those games, and it wouldn't feel like cheaply made. I couldn't say that about Forces. I couldn't say that about Cyberspace. I could barely say that about Frontiers as a whole. And that's not even to say I didn't like Frontiers. I enjoyed it. But I'm just talking about the feeling of price. That's all I'm talking about. The feeling of this is in line with the era in which it came out, right? Obviously, older Sonic games, I don't want to like shit on any older games because they all came from different eras. Like SA1 came out in the 90s, right? That was like Dreamcast, PS1 era. SA1 felt for its era, like big budget. SA2 did as well. Heroes was 6th gen. It was in line with 6th gen platformers. It had the glitches that 6th gen platformers had. It was within its era. Games have evolved since then. It just felt like Sonic Team hadn't evolved as much as they should have post like Unleashed, right? Everything felt like they were cutting a corner too much. I mean, they cut corners then, but like presentation corners, you know? That's the thing I've noticed of this game. Like, for the menus to look nice is just a weird thing to say when before it just felt like everything was like, what can we get away with, as opposed to let's make something that's great, you know?
Where are we going now? Dude, these cutscenes are really nice. X. Just to jump higher? Okay, missed that
I'm guessing
one.
you're missing the jumps then. If you hit the jumps, you get into the rainbow ring.
Paul saying ouch.
You cannot deny your fate.
Alright, come on, Black Doom. Put him up. Bam. Bitch. Give me that.
Pumpkin donated $5 and said, unrelated, but I played 2 levels of Heroes for the first time yesterday. You weren't lying about it being that goated. Oh, so you seen the light. Okay. Okay. Don't worry, there's 12 more where that came from. There's 12 more where that came from. I think I read that donation earlier. I think it showed up on the right. I missed another donation as well. Blue Legend donated $2 and said, I wish they updated the jump ball to look like 06. 06 jump ball, I've forgotten how it looked, right? Let me see, 06 jump ball. How have I forgotten 06's jump ball? It's been a while. I'll just look at my own video. Not that video. Not that video. This video. If it will load. Maybe today.
Sonic 06
Oh, I forgot I put that in there.
It is better than all Sonic games.
I forgot I put that
End
in
of
there.
discussion.
Let me skip to the extra level. I can't use the Elite level. I need a regular level. Okay. I like the purple in the jump dash. I always like the purple that they put in the jump dash. I always thought that was pretty cool. This is emulator gameplay, by the way. This is before the shadows worked in the emulator. That's why there's no shadows. That's not how the game actually is. It's just 5 years ago. Yeah, if there's one thing I would ask for, I would say, like, you know 06 had, like, more aggressive sound effects when you destroyed enemies? I wish Shadow Gens had that. It's got these very soft sounds. It's more like Heroes, where it's like you defeat the enemies, it doesn't sound as loud. I like the more aggressive, like Generations had that, like base gens, like you defeat the mechs and you just like, bam, like you hear that shit. I like that, it makes it feel more impactful.
Purple.
So I prefer those ones to, Yo! Nightfall! Oh my god, another 60 euros, man! Man, I need to order, what's it called? Generations now. Like, I feel like I have to order it. I don't know if it'll show my payment details on screen, but I need to order this thing, like, tonight, because, like, man, you've got me excited. A Xenoverse type of Sonic game will be fire. I don't think I've played Xenoverse before, but that's different from Xenoblade, right? I'm trying to make sure I don't confuse the two. I mean, they're both Xeno, though. Is Xenoverse, like, the world of Xenoblade, or am I just, like, fucking it up? I don't know. But thank you so much for the support, seriously. Ugh. I think I missed another one. It's Psycho donated $2 and said missed the old intro. Oh, that? You mean the premydaremy intro? That wasn't even the first intro, man. I used to have that, you know, that Kobana Money shit, like the long ass shit. You know, where's the first shit that I had? Yeah, that was version 2.0. I had the proper, like, I had the long shit before. This is my favorite Sonic song ever, by the way. That's why I use it for the intro. This is my favorite Sonic song, like, of all time. It's like a beautifully, masterfully crafted song, man. Of course, it's from 06, because, you know, this song is just heat. Yeah, I had the old emblem and everything, man. Everything was just like, oh, like, that was like almost 10 years ago coming up on. That's crazy. That is really crazy, man. Like, seriously. Ugh. Yeah, this, like, this is what I mean by presentation. I said this before. It transitions, right? And this is the end of the level. You could just end the level. He could have just ended the level with the Doom shit. Like, Forces had like a similar thing here. Was it Null Space? Was it Null Space that did it? I want to compare because I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point here, right? I believe it was Null Space. You get to the end of Null Space. And then Eggman is just there, and Infinite is there. Level ends. You get here, you finish Doom. Doom goes away, and instead of just ending it there, the whole thing breaks, whole different area, the ground rebuilds, just so you can go to the goal. That's just for that. He could have just ended it there on some Forces shit. They could have just ended it there on some Forces shit, be like, that's it. Done. Like, we don't need to do that extra shit. You know, like when I praise Nintendo with their 3D Marios, it's because they always go the extra mile. It's like, we don't need to do the extra mile. What's Sonic Team? They'll buy it anyway. Just end the level here. But in this instance, they're like, no, we're not doing that. Break the whole shit, whole new environment, trippy shit, rebuild the ground, land on the ground just to get to the goal. Done. That's presentation. That is presentation. You didn't have to do that. That was just flexing. You were starting, okay? You had your Lamborghini on a 20-mile-per-hour road and you were going 50. You didn't have to do all that. You were just showing off. You were just showing off. Oh, let me see the hot thing. What are these things down here? Like collectibles. You got like a book. You got music. Okay, so we are going to be unlocking some music then. So hopefully original songs will be unlockable. Hopefully I can get that EDM deselected once we unlock the tracks, because like we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to do that.
Here, but I guess you collect music and some art, and then we have the
God, even the menus. Oh my God, the menus. Oh,
boss fight.
the menus. I feel like, you remember how like Generations was like that Sonic game that we just modded for so long because they kept making mid after it? This is gonna be that. This is gonna be that. Blizzard donated 50 Mad? I don't know what currency that is, but Mad 50. Yo Prem, just wondering if you're ever gonna fix the classic Sonic sprite in the donations because he's missing an arm, use the advanced sprite. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like when I selected that, I didn't realize till after I said it. I was like, oh yeah, there's no arm there. Because it's hard to find the transparent animated sprites. That's why I ended up using that. But yeah, I have to fix that at some point. I forgot to do it. Or maybe I switch it to something else. Maybe get like a modern sprite. Maybe I'll get like a custom design or something like that. Something fresh. You know. Maybe if I could get like a rush animation. Like a rush Sonic model, something like that. That'll be cool.
Here he comes. Here comes the big boy.
Even this, right? When the boss shows up and then Shadow like slides back, it's like levels of like thing that make it feel like they're really trying. Like, oh my God, like they care about presentation again. Let's just go back to let's just type in Sonic Forces boss. Let's see. Let's just see a boss.
This is the
Zavik shows up, roars.
I can't wait to see how
Boss starts. It just starts. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, it's a boss. You don't have to do all that extra shit. It's not mandatory. It's not a requirement. But this man comes in. They do the whole, like, all the explosion shit. He shows up. And the shadow just, like, slides back. Like, ooh, like, you don't have to do all that. But it just, like, shows the effect. Like, that way we know that Biolizard is huge. Like, you have to, like, slide out the way right quick. You know what I mean?
I never thought I would miss a disgusting monster so much. Alright, come on. That's right, he is being tortured. Put him out of his misery. Crap. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, you already dead.
This doesn't count.
Ugh.
Which,
Man is just running into his teeth. You don't think Biolizard is gonna be in Sonic Movie 3? Probably not, because Shadow is gonna be like the villain of Sonic Movie 3 until he stops being the villain. So Sonic vs. Shadow is gonna be like the main thing. Blue Legend donated $2 and said stream idea Sonic Chronicles. I mean, one day I have to stream that. I've never actually played Chronicles. I have to get it on my DS actually. I still have my DSi XL. Speaking of which, I need to complain about some shit. Man, the oldest cartridge that I still own, okay, not the oldest cartridge, the oldest DS cartridge that I still own was a copy of Sonic Rush that I got for Christmas in 2005. And you know the DS games, they saved the save data to the cartridge. That cartridge finally gave out. So, yeah, what was that, 19 years almost? That cartridge gave out, because that was my most played DS game. And that means all my saves are gone. And now I'm getting older, so I can't be getting the times I used to get. So, I lost my Sonic Rush cartridge to wear and tear. Physical media is not forever, okay? Back up your saves. I ordered a new copy, obviously, because I have to have Sonic Rush. But I'm gonna miss my save. I used to go in on Time Attack on Rush. I was a beast, okay? Don't play with me. I know it may seem that I don't be knowing how to play shit, but when I like some shit, let me see. I think I recorded one level. I fucking love Rush, man. I love Rush. Like, let me play you just one quick. I had good times on Act 1. I had good time. I had like, let me see. I had 42 seconds on Leaf Storm Act 1. I was killing it. Like the world record is like 30 something, but I was still going in. I was learning all the strats. Man. All my times are gone, man. It hurt. I was building those times for years. For years I was building those times, man. Man. For years I was building those times, man. Optimizing this. This is probably my most played Sonic level ever, because the amount I optimize this level to try and keep getting faster times, I don't even stay on the scripted shit. I jump off. Like, I think this is probably under 45, yeah. 44. Like, I really, like, spent time on that shit. But, yeah. Save data gone, man. Save data gone. What do you mean the sound design on Rush is mid? What are you talking about? They had the audience and the yeah, okay, cool, the trick system when you got the full max boost. Did I throw away the original cartridge? I can't do that. I got that for Christmas when I was 10, man. I can't do that. I'm keeping it. I have to keep it as memento. I have to frame it or something.
a horrible indigestion.
Another thing, right? I hate to harp on the HUD in the presentation, but like, look at the Biolizard like menu element. See, they got this like little dripping like green at the edge of the HUD. Like, you don't even have to do that. you don't have to do. It's just like little things. Like when you think of a AAA game, you think of like the things that they don't have to do that they do. If we just go back to, let's just type in Sonic Forces boss and just look at a boss and see what it says. It's just a basic ass like text and a line. It's so bland and boring. They probably just use CSS to make this. Boring. And then you go back to this, and they've got this beautiful wall design, like hard element, and then they got dripping green at the edge. They've animated the health bar. You didn't have to do that. You could have left that alone. You didn't have to do that, but you did. You know, it's dripping from the edge. This is just like, you were just flexing your skills now. Like, you wanted to show the people that you meant business. Why is it dripping from the edge? Why is he dripping from the edge? It's just a hard element. And when you destroy it, and it moves back. And then when he damaged the enemy, instead of it just being like, let me not go back to forces, but nah, I got to check on donations. I'm so far behind. I'm sorry, but I need to gush over hard for 1 second. When you defeat Infinite or you take a hit, what happens when he takes damage? It just goes down. That's it. It just goes down. What do they do here? When you hit by a lizard, he hits it, then it does the purple, then the green moves, then the purple move, then it glows green at the leftover part. This is like extra shit. Like usually Sonic Team just won't do. They just wouldn't do it. Normally they just wouldn't do it. It's like, I don't know what's going on with them that they're putting in. Like, they must really believe in movie 3. They're sitting there going, okay, movie 3 is about to be huge, right? Sonic movie 1 was already big, and it was kind of reviving video game movies, because now Mario's done one. Sonic movie 2 was bigger than Sonic movie 1. They're like, this SA2 movie that they got going, they're probably sitting there like, Paramount probably sat Sega down, sat all of the Sonic Team members down, had like, you know, belts and shit, leather belts or some African shit, and said, listen, if you fuck up this game that you're about to sell next to our movie, we're gonna have a problem. So you better like put some fucking effort in. You're gonna get this shit right. Because if you don't, if this movie 3 is hype and it's standing next to some mid fucking game, it'll be like another Mania then Forces came right after moment. It'll be like that, right? Although this is coming before the movie. But it's gonna be sold alongside the movie. Because when the movie drops, everyone's gonna go, what should we buy? And what's supposed to happen is the movie drops, it's good, and they go, what should we buy? And then the critics are all saying Sonic X Shadow Gens is what you should buy because it's great. And then they go, okay, I'll just buy that. Right after the hype of the movie, all the kids are going to be like, we want Sonic X Shadow Generations because Shadow's there and it looks cool. And then when they buy it, they won't be disappointed because effort was actually fucking put in. That's what you want. And if Sega was to drop the ball, then the movie will come out, be hype, and then all that's left is a mid-game. Who wants that, right? Like, who really wants that, man? Let me check on these donations. Rambo the Boss donated $5, said, not trying to be skeptical, but I highly doubt the next Sonic game will have the level of detail presentation this side game here has, unfortunately. That's the thing about Sega, is that because they're not reliable, you just don't know. Like, they could do something great and then just never do it again, right? You don't know where their head is at. Like, when Generations came out in 2011, everyone's like, okay, this is the formula. This boost thing is great. You've refined it. Now all you need to do is do this again, but add more content, make the levels original, you know, flesh out the story a bit more. Like, we were like, the pathway is set. Do Generations, but original, and obviously discard Classic Sonic. And then they made Lost World. It's like, how you go from Gens to Lost World? Like, how did you do that? So they could make something like this, where the presentation is on point, and the next game will be some Forces shit. And you just can't trust them to just do it again and again. Like, just because it's good now, it don't mean that, you know, it could be like this, and then they just ruin it. And then you're going to spend the whole next decade modding this because all the next things aren't as good. Like, Lost World came to PC, they modded it for a little bit, and then they went back to Generations. Forces came to PC, they modded it for a little bit, and then they went back to Generations. And then there was Mania 2 for the classic shit, but the point is, Generations held its modding for so long because Sega couldn't pass the game. Now Frontiers has got open zones, it's got different kind of mods, and people love it enough that they're modding Frontiers more. But for me, I don't think it was the Generations beta, I should say, in terms of levels, right? Sage $95 said, Bazooka said on Sonic Stadium that Shadow Gens has been in development since 2022 and that the team got bigger since then. So they probably had a smaller team when they were still working on Frontiers. Then Frontiers came out and then they had the DLC and then maybe they started shifting people over to Shadow Gens. Rambo the Boss donated $2 and said Paramount got the Yakuza Sonic teams up. Yeah, they must have said something to them. Like, they must have said, don't fumble our marketing bag, right? Because this is coming before the movie. The Shadow game is coming before the movie. If the Shadow game is a shit show, if it's a Colors Ultimate show, then that's going to dampen the movie hype. Game fans are going to be like, you just butchered Shadow in this game, and now you want us to go see the Shadow movie? Like, what? Or you've ruined our hype. I mean, we'll still see the movie. We're Sonic fans, right? But, like, you don't want to do that. You don't want Shadow to get a bad rap 2 months before the big movie. They have to, like, use this to build in to the movie, right? They can't ruin the momentum, right? They have to keep it going. So the game has to be so good that people want to see the movie because they were so hyped by the game. And then when the movie comes out, people that didn't get the game will go and get the game. That's how you orchestrate a marketing plan, okay? That's how you put shit together. See, all these hard elements, I didn't even see them before because we were watching, like, you know, 240p gameplay and shit. Like, now in this, like, sharp level, we're seeing things we didn't even see before.
He's kind of cute, though. Like, I want to give him a hug.
You think those will stop me?
Chaos Control.
Make my way up. Keep the boil on your back.
Even when he lands, he does the slide again. He does the slide again. Slides back. Ooh. Yo, Nightfall again with the 60 euros. Oh my god, you're still going, man. Oh my, oh my god, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. They should have a long, ongoing anime of Sonic with a Dragon Ball type animation with a story that should take place in between the games, so they make the story connect through the next upcoming games. You mean like a transitional like period? I mean, the thing about Sonic lore is that it's so like. It's so all over the place that I don't even know if they could truly connect everything, you know? Because so much shit has happened. It's like, is Shadow like a robot? Did he die in SA2? Like, I got no idea. Like, so it's just one of those things where it's like, how would you put it together? But that being said, though, I've been wanting a remaster of Sonic X. I know it's a TV show, but like, because it was like made in like the 480p kind of era, I would love like a widescreen, like 4K remaster of Sonic X where it's just like sharpens everything and just resells it to me, basically. I just want to like, I've been thinking like, because there's some old Pixar movies too where I'm like, this is an amazing movie, but like CGI has improved. Can you just like re-release The Incredibles 1, but with like the CGI of Incredibles 2? Like, just give me that, please. Like, I'm kind of in that mode where I'll just fucking buy anything that's hype. Like, if it's like, take old thing that we love and just modernize it, right? Because looking at the presentation of this game, if they, and I hate saying this because I'm so scared of Sonic Team, but if they remade Heroes with this level of effort in terms of like the HUD and the presentation and the animations, I'm thinking about Egg Fleet, even those little sections where you go down and go up to avoid missiles. Imagine how they would do that with this level of presentation if they did it properly. Like the camera angles and shit. Like little things like that would be crazy. You know, or even like Hand Castle, Mystic Mansion, when you're going upside down with the switches and things are switching around. Imagine what they could do. Like the ghost pumpkins that scare you and shit. Like, there's so much they could do if they did it properly. You know, if they didn't cut corners. Like a Heroes remake with this level of passion. Like, it's scary how amazing it will look if they did it properly. Like, it's actually scary. Rambo the Boss donated $10. Said, personally, I'm confused by the October release window since the movie drops in December. I thought November would make more sense, especially since Sparkling Zero comes out 2 weeks before. Well, Sparkling Zero, that's a fighting game though, right? It's not like complete direct competition in the same sense, right? I think they just picked the date that they were ready to push. But I don't know what else is coming out this year, right? Is it a case of like something major is coming out? Let's see. Is there something else that's coming out in November that could like, you know, stomp on their release? No, those are events. I'm looking for game releases. Let's see, October to December. Okay, Dragon Ball's 11th. And then Sonic X. Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks. They'll be fine, man. Unless the game is horrible. Like, they'll be fine. It's not like when they dropped Sonic Forces. Like, was it a week after Mario Odyssey? Like, it was a week. It was a week, right? Hold on. That was they really thought, man. So we've been playing the game for a week. We're still not done because let's face it, not everyone was rushing through. We were taking our time. And then you want to drop Forces? A week after Odyssey? That was just horrible. That was horrible. Okay, you can't do that. You can't do that, man. Assassin's Creed Shadows is November. Slitterhead Flight Simulator is November. That's big, right? I mean, I don't think it's gonna affect Sonic. Lego Horizon Adventures, that might be big. That's December. I think they were just ready to drop it because like Sonic Movie 3 is December, right? 20th December. So it's a 2-month lead. So if you got a 2-month lead, assuming you market this game properly, then the whole first month you could be like, we sold this amount in the first month, and you could brag about the numbers. And if it does well, like in terms of like the reception, then you've already got your marketing plan towards the movie, right? Plus they said that was going to be DLC. So maybe what they'll do, because they said there was going to be some holiday DLC. So what they might do is drop the game in October, and then in December when the movie comes out, then they drop movie skin DLC around the same time that the movie comes out. So you walk out the cinema hype after seeing Sonic Movie 3, and then Sonic X Shadow Generations, and there's movie skin DLC for Shadow and Sonic, and then it's like, okay, now we have to cop. It looks just like the movie. That could be the play. So that could be the idea that they go for. I don't know, but it seems like a worthy play. We'll just have to see.
Alright, so I think 1 or 2 more hits and it should be that. The game is super vibrant, though.
It's vibrant, yep. Very vibrant. Very vibrant. Hey, his rings are gone. You're not re-grabbing those.
Cherry Blossom season's over.
Okay, you can re-grab those ones at least.
Yo, chill. Alright, chill. Chill.
Cool. Once we mod this to have the original supporting me music as well, and not the EDM.
Alright, build up
Oof.
control. With the bubbles.
Another thing I like as well. Another thing I like is every individual small hit is like, you're right, it's not EDM, it's more metal. You are right. But supporting me was like, wasn't really rock. It was his own thing. Another thing I like is every individual like tiny hit moves the HUD every single time, right? Like each one shifts the HUD. Like they don't just like, because they could do the thing where you just wait till the big hit and then move the HUD. Sonic Team has done that before, but it's like every single one like moves it.
One more hit.
Very detailed.
Alright, he's up, Bane.
That's a Chaos Spear.
Time to use Chaos Spear. We're trying to use Chaos Spear. Hold on to 5 targets. Okay.
It really feels like they put more effort into this like hard element than they were putting into like the whole of Forces. Like people notice these things, they really do.
I gotta build this meter up.
I was trying to build up the Chaos meter so you can get the Chaos control.
Get my ass beat. Here we go.
Look at the boost meter, right? I think there's an object covering it. It looks like some lotion and tissue. I don't know why you got that in front of the screen. What are you doing? Are you jacking off to the game? I don't blame you. But you see the blue that shows up when he's lighting up the boost meter in the corner, right? You see that blue. The way even the meter fills up is like fresh, right? It's like it fills up with this blue white light. Like, even if we look at like base generations, right? And of course, I love base generations, but base generations did nothing like that in terms of like presentation. Let's just go to a quick modern Green Hill and just like take a look at the HUD. They didn't do anything like that. I mean, there's a little bit of lighting, like it lights up. It was nothing crazy like that. Just a regular boost meter. Like, there's a bit of like white flash, but like this. Oh my! It like lines up. It blues up. It's like, look at the little blue dots that show up in the boost meter when it's full. And then when you use the boost, it like you see, it's like it fires off. It's like a jetpack. The way that like the edge fires off into the blue.
Did I waste that?
It's like a jetpack when you use the boost. It's like fire.
Did I waste that?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to sound too overzealous, right? But this may give Unleashed a run for its money in terms of presentation. I'm not talking like the game as a whole. Like, I'm not talking like game quality or whatever like that. That's a whole separate debate. Presentation wise, this is giving Unleashed a run for its money. Unleashed was like the most AAA feeling Sonic game we've had ever. In terms of just, it felt, but it didn't feel cheap, right? This is like, from what we've seen, it's rivaling that. I haven't seen cutscenes, so I can't speak on the whole thing. I don't know what the cutscenes look like. I don't know if they're CGI or what that looks like. But menus, HUD elements, cinematics in the level, you know, it's rivaling it. We have to wait for the full game to really know, but it finally has a rival in that department, because before that it didn't. Gens didn't feel as big as Unleashed. Lost World didn't. Boom didn't. Obviously Forces didn't. Frontiers had its moments, but it definitely didn't feel big budget. You know, even the Titan battles didn't feel expensive. I mean, they tried, but they were so, the Titan battles are so janky, it didn't feel like an expensive game. They look nice, but it didn't have the expensive effect, right? Like when you do a boss in like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and then you compare it to like a Titan battle in Frontiers, you can tell one feels more expensive than the other. Like, there's a level of polish that Frontiers just was missing, right? And it's common in Sonic games, even the ones I love, right? It's there. We've seen it. So seeing this here, it's just they went to work. Okay, you can debate other things like level design, music, whatever, but visuals, presentation, they went to work here. Like, they took it seriously. I don't usually see them take it this seriously. Did I miss that donation? I think Rama the Boss donated $2 and said, "Don't get it twisted, dumb hype, just saying." Yeah, I mean, we have to see what happens.
Not me almost falling off the stage in the
We have to see what happens, man.
Oh, Majin Buu, what are you doing?
Is that all you got? Just control this. Out of my way. Out of my way.
Come on, do this again.
Even the way the camera moves as he's running around in circles trying to swerve the enemies, right? The camera moves in a more professional way, right? Like, I feel like, let's go to like, let's try, what's the name of that boss? X Cerberus. I'm not trying to dunk on 06, by the way, but like,
I'll take care of you now.
Okay, Eggman.
like,
I'll play with
the
him.
way the camera moves in older games is very like simple. It just kind of follows the character. I need a run through of this level where someone's not doing it quickly because he's doing the strat. I need someone who's doing it slowly. Sage donated $5 and said, if we get a CGI opening for Shadow Chains or Frontiers, get it, we might have to put Shadow on top. I mean, yeah, I mean, they don't even have to do CGI because in-game nowadays is getting so good that you could probably just coast off of in-game graphics. Like, the SA2 battle intro, was that CGI or was that, like, in-game graphics? It was a mix of the two or something. I think it was in-game. Yeah, the camera just follows the character. There's nothing wrong with the way the camera's following the character here. It's just a standard camera. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It follows the character. There's not an issue. But like see here. He's following the character. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Right? But then like the way this camera like the way it moves, it feels more expensive. It makes me think of like those like movie studio cameras on wheels, and then they got the people sitting on them. You know, they have the chair. I'm trying to find the example, right? Like they have the camera that they have the wheels, and then there's like a person sitting on it, and he's like moving around type shit. You know, I can't find a picture of it. Like yeah, like that. When I think of the Shadow Gens camera, I think of it being like that. Yo, Nightfall with the 60 euros again. I'm motherfucking Sonic. My god, man. You should live stream and play your 3 most hated Sonic games. Man, I think I streamed my most hated Sonic games. I streamed CD. I've streamed Forces. I've streamed Colors. I streamed Rise of Lyric. I feel like I streamed all of them at some point. Unless we talk about spin-offs, but I don't know what my least favorite spin-off is, right? What is the worst spin-off Sonic game? I don't know what the worst spin-off is. I'm trying to think of all the spin-offs. The spin-offs usually weren't that bad. Free Ride. Okay, I haven't streamed Free Ride. I don't have Free Riders. I don't even have Connect. So at some point I will have to stream Free Riders. Labyrinth. I've tried Labyrinth before. I mean, it wasn't horrible. It was just kind of meh. Meh is not the same as I don't like this. Like, you know, Colors puts me to sleep. CD, I just don't like playing. Forces, well, I also don't like playing. Rise of Lyric is also pretty boring. Like, you know, I feel like, yeah, I have streamed the majority of those, but I've never played Chronicles before, so I don't have an opinion on that. I haven't played Free Riders, but it doesn't look great to me. But yeah, I think I streamed the games I like the least. I think so far, definitely, I have streamed them. Can I search my own library? How many Sonic games are on Steam anyway? What is my least played game here? Probably Team Sonic Racing. That's 5 hours. Okay, no, I got less hours than Sonic 4. But I mean, I beat Sonic 4 before I had it on Steam. Superstars, those bosses kept me in there for a while. Origins, I only played 4 hours, but those are just the classics again. Lost World, I played a lot because of the mods. Mania, I played a lot as well. Gens, Frontiers, Forces, I covered quite a few mods. Colors Ultimate, I got a review copy on Epic Games because they did the whole Epic Games exclusivity shit. So that's why I've barely got any playtime on Steam. CD, 3 hours, you know. All-Stars Racing. Again, I played this before Steam, but I haven't put much hours into it. And obviously the adventure games, Transformed, Murder, Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, I mean, aside from like Free Riders, which I haven't played, and Chronicles, which I haven't played, I've pretty much played what you would consider to be the worst. Have I played Sonic Genesis GBA? I haven't played that. Have I played that? I don't remember. I don't see why I would have bought that. I don't see why I would have spent money on that unless I didn't know that it was bad. So maybe that, but that's just a bad port. It's not a bad game, it's a bad port. And Psycho donated $2 and said CD good, get better. I still think it's mid. I still think every other classic game is better than it, to be fair. Superstars feels like a bad fan game now compared to Shadow Gen. Yeah, I mean, the corner cutting, man. Like Trip's story was just so bugged out. Like, this is what I mean by like the Sonic games not feeling expensive. Like Superstars just felt janky, right? And I can tolerate jank if a game is fun, but I wasn't really having much fun with Superstars. I don't know how people were saying it was better than Mania. Mania had some serious glitches on release that they had to patch out. Like there was some soft locks in Mania. But aside from that, it felt, for at least for the standards of a classic Sonic 16-bit looking game, it felt expensive, right? It's still an indie game in that sense, but you felt like you could have dropped Mania in like 1996 and it would have felt like expensive for the era of the Genesis era, like pre-Dreamcast era. It would have felt expensive, you know? And that's what you got to do, right? Like if you're making an indie game, there's a way to make an indie game where it doesn't look cheap. A lot of indie games look generic and cheap, but when you make an indie game that maybe is stylized and like an old-fashioned, like it looks like a PS1 game, you can still make it feel expensive, as if it was from that era, but expensive. You know, it's not a AAA game of today, but it still looks like it could have been a AAA game of yesterday or of, you know, the late 90s. It's the feeling, it's the polish, right? And that's why it's so important to go the extra mile.
How am I getting up there?
I think you're supposed to chaos control it when it gets lower. I asked this before, do you think Shadow Gems looks like high quality because it's a short game? But that, I don't think that's the reason, because Colors was fucking short. Forces was fucking short. Like, they've made short and low quality at the same time, right? So, I don't think because it's short is why it looks expensive. They could have made it short and cheap, right? I just think, for some reason, they decided to try. I don't know why. I don't know why they decided to try. Because they could have easily just done what they usually do and do the bare minimum. But they actually tried. It's so weird to see them do such a thing. My mind is baffled, right? Like, if this was like Insomniac, I'll be like, yeah, it seems like an Insomniac game. It feels polished. It feels well put together, you know? But it's the fact that Sonic Team made this. Like, you know, because like, as I say, like with Unleashed, like the presentation was so good. Any other, like, good AAA studio would have surpassed that presentation ages ago, but Sega hadn't. So it's the fact that they're finally doing it in terms of the presentation. It's just weird to see them do that. No donated $2 and say, Prem, you play the Mania team's new game yet? You talking about Penny's Big Breakaway? I streamed that on the Non-Sonic channel, actually. You can take a look at the stream. But apparently they've updated the game to fix some of the issues that were there on launch. I haven't streamed it since then, so I might have to do a second stream to address that. JNXV said maybe this is the results of the new hires and their plans for quality. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Because they always say that shit after they have a flop game, I was expecting it to just be like words. You know, like when people say, I'll do better next time, but you know the person, you're like, no, you won't. Shut up. Like, it felt like that. You know, like they say that after like Lost World, they say that after like Forces. They always, yeah, we learned our lessons. We did this mistake. We're gonna do better. Okay, cool. Whatever. You're focusing on quality now. You're focusing on good score. Cool. Okay. No, you're not. You know. So when they actually do it, it's like, I remember Colors Ultimate was what, 2021? That was only 3 years ago. Not even a full 3 years that the seizure thing happened. So their reputation is not clean at all. They had Forces, and while Forces was happening, they were getting Mania and Mania Plus, which was shitting on Forces. And then you're re-releasing a game that was beloved by a lot of people, not by me, by a lot of people, and you decided to release that, and that wasn't Sonic Team or Sega, to be fair. But Sega allowed it to be released. They had to approve that. Like, if it was that bad, you could have pushed it back. You could have gotten another team to work on it or improve it. You could have said, we are not putting this out in this state. If we have to wait another 6 months to touch this up, then we'll do that. They allowed it to come out. So that shows where their mind is at. So for them to let Colors Ultimate come out in the state it was at, I can't really take them seriously when they say they're going to focus on quality, you know? And then Frontiers was, again, a decent game, but not in terms of presentation, right? It was okay in terms of presentation. So it's weird that they're actually doing this.
Hold on, I think I'm just using it at the wrong time to hang on to it.
I know you really like
Yo, Nightfall with the €6. It's like us. No, it's not. CD is horrendous. Man, I don't want to shit on CD too much because I know people get mad at me, right? I don't want to shit on it, but let's just say that I prefer the other classic Sonic games. Let's just put it that way, okay? CD had the great intro though. You had the intro. I'll give you that. You had the nice intro, but you know, CD was, you know, I mean, it was a different team from the team that made Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, so it kind of makes sense. It's like a branch off thing. You saw the difference, you know. To me, if Sonic 2 was Generations and CD was like Colors, it's like, we can see this is a different team. You're not fooling me type shit. You know what I mean? If Psycho donated $2 and said, CD's better than... Please, no. Sonic 2 is the definition of how you do a sequel. The definition. To be fair, they never backed up the quality statements with new hires, but they did actually this time, and Midori leaked the new pillar system. Oh yeah, I think Midori did leak quite a few things. There's so many leaks, it's hard to keep up. We got so much shit to go through, man. I'm so behind schedule because I've been gushing over menus. I'm so sorry about the menu talk. I should have ignored it. I should have, like, you know, when my mind gets fixed on something, I start going on and on about it. Like, we need to get to like the other shit. People are giving impressions, and you know, I need to go through them.
All right, here we go. End that was crazy. They made this really cinematic.
Even he's saying it, right? Is he a Sonic fan? Is he like a hardcore Sonic fan? He's just a regular like gamer, right? He's a regular gamer. He talks about other things. He's talking about Mania here, Princess Peach Showtime, Mario movie, like Nintendo stuff. Hates 06, regular casual, WarioWare. Even he is saying it.
It's really cinematic.
People are noticing. People notice when he taking the time and putting effort. He said I love it.
I love it.
People notice when you put in effort. We notice. Let me go back one more time. Let me just go back one more time because you people think that I'm exaggerating. Like, you people think I'm exaggerating. Let me just go back one more time.
This is the end.
This is what we had in 2017. This is what we had in 2017. Yay. It's Sonic 1. Remember Sonic 1? You loved Sonic 1 in 1991. We gave it to you again. And they were saying I was a hater for critiquing this shit, man. They were calling me a hater. They were calling me a hater, man. Do you know how bad that felt? Like, I just wanted to see Sonic thrive. I really did. I really did. And it's like, but if I critique anything, they say, oh, you're ungrateful. It's like, I just want them to try. We know they're not trying when they don't try. You know when someone's not trying. You just feel it in your bones. You can see it. Everyone could see it, except the people that were in denial. They weren't trying. We could tell that they weren't trying. We saw that they weren't trying. We saw. And Mania came out the same year. Man, Nightfall, man. Nightfall, man. You gotta watch your wallet, man. Man, like, I'm starting to feel bad now. Like, I'm starting to feel bad. Like, man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Sorry for another dono. I don't want to interrupt your stream, but the chat was tempting. What did the chat say, man? What did the chat saying to you, man? Don't be giving Nightfall a hard time, okay? He's done enough, okay? He's done enough. But like this, like, do you know how shit Sonic Team had to be in 2017 to let the Mania team, a small team making a pixel-based game, to make a pixel-based game feel more expensive than your game? Do you know how shit they had to be doing for a pixel-based game made by a smaller team to feel more expensive than your game? We can assume that the budget for Forces was way bigger than whatever the budget for Mania was. Mania costed $20. That's like 1/3 of the price of Superstars. How does Mania feel more expensive than this when this costed more? People could tell. We feel effort. We can tell when something is generic. We can tell when effort is put into something. You know, and you appreciate it. That's why these games like Odyssey get so much praise. When I was playing Odyssey for the first time in 2017, everywhere I went, I felt something where effort was put in, where it's like, you didn't need to do that. You were flexing here, but you did it anyway. Like, you went in. You went the extra mile. You could feel it. So when I was critiquing this shit, it was from the heart because I felt the lack of effort. I really saw it. And I was like, you can do better than this. But you're treating us like shit because you know Sonic fans will buy anything, right? We'll put it on discount in a couple months. They'll buy it if they didn't buy it already. We don't need to try for them. They're useless, right? That's how I felt. Like I was being taken for a fool, right? What's up, Marius? And somehow Forces sold more than Mania. Yeah, apparently people just don't want the pixel thing, right? I get it. They wanted 2.5D graphics, you know. So I guess that kind of affected the aesthetic of it. Ratchet donated £2 and said, this game gave me a stress disorder. I'm guessing Forces, now that I've taken that off the screen. Rammer the Boss donated $5 and said, I remember people saying your negativity made them miss Kobe when you were going in on Frontier's initial reveal trailer. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? People, like, sometimes I'll say something good about an upcoming game and they'll be like, this is the prem I like to see. Positive prem. And it's like, oh, I don't like negative prem. It's like, I always say to people, like, I'm not being positive or I'm not being negative. I'm being honest, right? I'm reacting to what is in front of me. So if what in front of me doesn't look good to my eyes, then you're going to see a reaction that is not a happy reaction. If it does look good, I'll be like, this is what I want to see. It's always the same reaction. It's honesty. So it's not, oh, he's trying to be positive or he's trying to be negative. It's, I'm always trying to be honest. I'm trying to say what I feel so that you know where I stand. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I'm saying that I will tell you how I feel, and that's how I feel. I could be wrong, or I could have an opinion that is unpopular compared to what other people want, right? But I'll tell you how I feel, right? And I'll try not to be biased, because sometimes, like, you compare the new game to an older game and you think, oh, the older game did this thing better. But maybe that's just because you were younger and more excited. Maybe it wasn't better. Maybe you just forget. That's why I have to go back sometimes and compare and be like, am I being too harsh here? Am I being too harsh there? Like, you know, but that's me, like, using my, like, trying to take off my goals or whatever and just be honest and be like, no, everything wasn't perfect before. They cut corners in the games that I grew up loving too, right? There were corner cuts there that we just put up with because we were younger and that newer fans are putting up with in recent games of Sonic now. Like, Frontiers was completely rough around the edges, but people still loved it, and I get it, right? There were glitches in the Adventure era games too. Heroes was rough around the edges. I fucking loved it. I wasn't gonna critique the glitches as a kid. If I died because I slipped off an edge in Heroes, I'll rage quit the game, and then like 30 minutes later, I'd open the game again, right? Like, that's just how it is when you're young, right? You're just a bit more lenient. After a while, you start to be like, okay, do some more effort, like try a bit harder, you know? But, yeah, I think that's it for this video.
That was at least a B.
So next rank was what, 4 seconds away to get the B? Okay, so the rank here, I mean, he wasn't playing that well on this boss, to be fair. So it's good that it wasn't an easy S for him. So you have to try a lot harder. Look at that beautiful HUD. You look at even. Let me not do too much HUD gushing. Look at how they illuminate around Shadow, like the blue and then the lightning and the logo. It feels so alive, man. It feels so alive. Close this shit. Good Vibes Gaming's got impressions. Nintendo Life has got impressions. So we need to watch those to see how they feel. Then we gotta get through this new shit, okay? It's actually midnight where I am, so we need to actually wrap up. I spent too much time talking about menus, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, I thought we'd be done by now, but like, I kept seeing things. I was like, oh my god, like. By the way, if you don't know who Good Vibes Gaming is, I think the guy that is doing this.
What is going?
Okay, it's not that guy actually. I think one of the guys from Game Explain was here, but I think that's not the one in this video.
Ash. What is going on, everybody? Ash here, and I just got back from day 2 of Summer Game Fest Play Days, where I got to play the first ever demo of Sonic X Shadow Generations. Now, as a huge Sonic fan myself, when I found...
Solutions donated $2 and said, random, but are you going to stream Sonic fan game first? Which Sonic fan game first? Which game are you talking about? I have no idea. what we're talking about. The Sloth donated £5 and said, "Not gonna have a voice tomorrow after all this yapping about a hug." Yeah, I got my strepsils. I need to take those actually because my throat gonna be tired, man. Ash is also from Game Explain as well. Oh, okay, yeah. A lot of people defected from Game Explain after that whole situation.
Out that this was going to be among the titles playable at the
Brand new nickname Glazy. I'm not even glazing, man. Like I still have critiques of the game. I still want to see how it controls and how the level design pans out, how the whole game pans out, the length. I'm just saying from a presentation standpoint, they are killing it. Like presentation, beautiful, right? I just have to state that. Rammer the Boss donated $5 and said, "Always appreciate it, honestly, because it's highly needed in the fan base that will eat anything Sonic Team throws at it, even if half of them are kids." Yeah, I mean, I don't blame the kids. I don't blame the kids. We were all kids once. We all, you love a character. You just want to support anything they put out. Like, I was so hyped for Shadow the Hedgehog as a kid. My God. So hype, right? People always talk about, oh, you only love Heroes because of nostalgia goggles, and it's so not true. Because, as an adult, the amount I've played that game, I really fucking love that game. Shadow is a game that would have been nostalgia because I got it when it came out and I enjoyed it because it was a new Sonic game and Shadow was there and he had guns and guns were cool to a 10-year-old, right? But I don't really give a fuck about the game now. It's like, yeah, it's cool. That's like, oh, you loved something as a kid, but it's like you got older and you're like, oh, it wasn't all that. That's how I felt about Shadow, the Shadow game. But I never felt that way about Heroes, no. Heroes was always like, I loved it more as an adult. I got better at the game as an adult compared to when I was a kid. And I realized I loved it more than I realized. I actually realized that the amount I loved it as a kid was like, because it was cool and it was Sonic and it was a team-based game. And as an adult, it was like, oh, there's these strats and mechanics and all these cool things and I'm optimizing my routes and my times. It had layers that I didn't realize it had as a kid. So I actually loved it more as an adult. Nostalgia is like Sonic Rivals. Like, oh, Rivals was cool because, to have Sonic Rivals on the go as a kid back then on the PSP, because like Rush is like 2D, right? DS had inferior graphics. Let's type in Sonic Rivals long play. Like, to have this on the go back in like 2006, 2007, this was crazy to have on the go, right? We just came from Game Boy Advance like 5 years before that. We just got the DS. This on the go, just the fact that it was on the go was crazy. So that was like hype. You get older and you go back to it, you're like, it's cool. It's fun. Like, it's a fun little game. But it's not like as much as I loved it when I was a kid. Like, you feel the difference, But yeah, as you get older, you start to just be a bit more relaxed and calm about things.
That was one of the biggest priorities for me, and I'm so excited to be here to talk to you all about it right now. So let's just go ahead and dive right in. There were 2 new levels playable on the Shadow side, Space Colony Arc Act 1 and the Bio-Lizard boss fight, both of which are obviously based on Sonic Adventure 2. Now, what's interesting is the first half of Space Colony Arc Act 1 is based...
Man, if someone could mod rail momentum, like, into this, I don't know how hard that would be to do, but if someone did that, like, I'm just thinking about the mod potential, right? If someone did that, that would be crazy. Like, the balancing, like, if they brought back the balancing, like, if you don't balance, you fall off, like, I would keep that mod on.
Based on the final chase level from Sonic Adventure 2, which is Shadow's final level in that game. But the music is actually a remix of the arc from Shadow the Hedgehog, but that song was originally based on Final Rush from Adventure 2, which is Sonic's final stage. So it's a little bit confusing, but the stage itself...
So, can you actually light dash in this game or not? Because I have no idea, right? Because Frontiers had the light dash, right? I haven't seen anyone attempt the light dash on any Trail of Rings.
Visually and gameplay wise is indeed based on Final Chase from Adventure 2. And then
Yo, Illusions with the $5 donation. It's an event like Sage, but Judy trailers. Judy? Trailers for fan games and OG games. A few big YouTubers are hosting it this year. The older ones are on Octi, YT Pat. I don't know what that means, but it's a fan event for fan games. I mean, I might take a look of it. If I see something interesting that I want to stream, I might take a look. There's a few fan games well, not necessarily a fan game, but I wanted to try Rolling Rascal. I've heard things about that. So, but there's a few things I need to try out, honestly. I'm behind on all that. I haven't streamed that much, to be honest.
And what's really interesting is that halfway through the stage, Black Doom appears. The Shadow's nemesis, Black Doom from Shadow the Hedgehog, appears in his Doom's Eye form and whisks Shadow away to like this weird nightmare psychedelic hell version of Radical Highway, also from Adventure 2. It's pretty wild the way it happens, but clearly there is a lot of love for Sonic Adventure 2 just in this demo alone. Sonic Team clearly knows how beloved this game is by the fan base, and they are not pulling any punches in terms of pulling content straight from it. But let's talk about the level itself. How does it feel? How do the controls feel? Honestly, I am so happy to report that it feels like Sonic Team is really cooking here. Now, I'm a big fan of the original Sonic generations. I think the modern Sonic levels represent some of the best examples of the boost style of gameplay in modern Sonic games. So I love pretty much all of the boost stages in the original Sonic generations, and the quality of the level design here in Space Colony Arc Act 1 is every bit on par with those. It feels like this slots in so beautifully next to the existing boost style stages in the original Sonic generations, and I'm just so happy for that. The controls feel great. There's minimal jank. I had no accidental deaths. Shadow's warp attack feels cool.
People are saying good things about the control. I haven't noticed any major control flaws. Again, aside from automation, like real shit, but like in terms of the movement of the character, I haven't seen anything that looked overly jank. It seems like it moves fine.
And it looks even cooler.
I wonder if it's the Frontiers open zone movement. I'm guessing it's not the cyberspace movement because that was horrible. I'm guessing it was the Frontiers open zone movement that they probably use as a base. Which the open zone movement was pretty decent. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty decent. But I mean, even that had physics sliders, so they would have to have like a set slider level for all of the physics sliders from that. But I'm assuming that was like that. Fidel said it was more like cyberspace, but not as bad. Wow, how not as bad? Because cyberspace physics were really annoying. It felt a little heavy. I guess that's interesting. I mean, if it's like cyberspace, that's a problem though. Because cyberspace was not nice feeling at all.
Just playing the game feels great, and if you're a fan of the modern Sonic boost style stages and generations, and also Unleashed, and also Colors, I think you're really gonna
don't lump Colors with those two. Don't put that
like how Shadow feels to play in these stages. And the level design itself, it's great. It's got this push and pull, this cadence between these wide open areas where Shadow can boost around and reach his maximum speed, and you get that sense of speed, that sense of scale. But then, you know, like in Generations, those sequences are broken up by slower paced platforming sections where you're attacking from enemy to enemy to enemy and stringing together multiple.
And even Unleashed and Generations, I mean, they're some of the best boost levels, but even they, not as much as Colors, but even they subjected themselves a lot of the time to, we'll use 2D for the platforming and use 3D for the boost. Colors did it really bad, but Unleashed and Generations did a lot of it too. Like, okay, we're in 2D now, time to actually platform type shit. I want to see more of what they're doing here. I know there's going to be 2D in this game as well, unfortunately, but I want to see more of that. Like, just because it's 3D doesn't mean we have to boost and not platform. Like, we can platform in 3D. It's a thing that exists. It's existed for decades. Like, let's do more of that. You know,
actions with the various gimmicks in the stage, and those feel great too. And there are multiple paths too.
Solution said, I like Colors. It's not my favorite game, but they did fine with the movement for a boost game. Yeah, I mean, from a physics standpoint, Colors was not bad. I don't think Colors was bad from a physics standpoint. You know, that was never its issue. You know, I do think that the double jump was a bit janky at times, but I don't think it was bad physics, no.
There are multiple paths throughout the stage. In fact, I played this stage multiple times, and on one of my runs, I took a different path, and I ended up snagging a coin that had a musical note on it. And at the end of the stage, when I got to
the coin that had a musical note, I think that's one of the collectibles we saw in the what's it called? Let's go back to the end of this level before the boss. Was it here? What's going on with the YouTube right now?
These are just emblems we're collecting. I got an A rank. You guys aren't surprised though.
Where is it? There, this thing. I think that's the coin he's talking about, the musical coin. I think that's the collectible. So we'll probably be unlocking the old Shadow songs, and then probably, hopefully, be able to select them when playing the levels.
To the results screen, I noticed that the music.
That's why I'm hoping for Shadow Gens. I hope the 2D section of Kingdom Valley don't overstay their welcome, and we get more of the 3D parts, especially the waterfall scene. That will be good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna do the Mark Speed section, but like, you have to. Like, that Marcy section in 06 is one of the most beautiful moments in a Sonic game ever. And if we could get that here, with the level of polish that they've been showing so far, if we could get the... Oh my god, like, if... I'm just thinking, like, because when I was a kid, 06 was, like, the coolest looking thing ever to me. Like, it was, like, so next gen. It was just so cool looking. So, how cool this felt to me as a kid, if they were to do that with the level of presentation they've shown so far in Shadow Gens, it would be crazy. Because, like, the camera angles, everything they were showing, they could really do something crazy with this scene. The waterfall, everything, like, if they did this in 06, imagine if they were to use this section in Shadow Gens. They probably won't because it was in Sonic's version of the level, but like, it would look insane. The camera angle, they might do some crazy shit, like, you know, like with this level, like the transitions, you know, all the transitions here, like you destroy something and then like it breaks and then Shadow like moves around, and if they do some shit like that, you know, where's the other one, the other transition, like this shit. They have some shit like this, like transitions from part to part, and they have that for like, for this, it would be like, if they did it, it would be one of the coolest looking Sonic sequences ever. Literally, it would be up there. Because this is already up there, so if they were to modernize it, like, those enemies just spawn and fall to their death, that's so funny. Anyway, if they were to modernize it, I can only imagine how it would look, man. I can only imagine. Man. But yeah. Let's see where are we? Good vibes.
Is it coined?
The Sloth donated £2 and said, ain't no way they can fumble DLC twice, right? You mean like how they fumbled the Generations DLC with just the Casino Night shit? I'm guessing if the game does well, because they said they were selling a season pass, right? Where's the thing? They said they were selling, is it a season? I saw season pass somewhere. I saw the word season somewhere. Yeah, season pass. So if there's gonna be multiple seasons, maybe they're thinking if the game is well received, then we'll come back and add more levels, kind of thing, right? So it might be a case of like, they will come back and update it if the game is performing well, or they just abandon it if it's not, you know, Sega, right? So it's possible that they come in and add more levels, because like, they're saying already we get another character skin and level releasing Holiday. It's possible that the character skin, as I said before, is like Movie 3, and maybe the level is an environment that we see in Movie 3, maybe another SA2 style level, who knows? It's very possible that they do that, and that comes out around the movie time to like reignite sales in the game, basically. Stingray donated $2 and said, "You know it's good when Shadow whispers in my ear."
That I got was filled in
Whispers
next
in
to
your ear.
two other ones that I didn't get. It looked like they had like a book or a journal on it, and then the other one looked like it had like a canvas for like a drawing on it. So this isn't confirmed or anything, but that suggests to me that there are going to be like 3 optional coins for you to collect per level, kind of like the 5 red rings in Sonic Station.
You heard Sean Shamwell re-audition for Black Doom but didn't get the role? Man, I don't know who they got, but it sounds almost the same as from Shadow.
And these will probably unlock new music, new art, maybe new lore or journal entries, or...
See, I wasn't even paying attention. I was thinking about something.
Musical note on it. And at the end...
I'm just thinking to myself, like, there's no way this game fails, right? I don't want to jump the gun, but I'm just like... I'm looking at the presentation and the effort and what people are saying. Like, they have to get a green, right? Like, Frontier's got 70. That's yellow. PS4 and PC had less reviews, but that got like 75. Like, could they do an 80? Like, because even if we take Shadow Generations, like, it might be a short game, might be a small amount of levels, but it's bundled with Sonic Generations, which is a great game. And yeah, they didn't remaster it. It's the same fucking game. But, like, they might do an 80. they might actually hit the 8s. And they don't usually do that. Right? Superstars, even with the dick right in that game, only got 73. Right? Other platforms, they got 76 on Xbox. So I guess that counts for something. But like, the last time they crossed 80 was what, Mania, right? That was like 90 something. 87 or 86. No, the Switch version was 90. Yeah, the Switch version hit 91. This might be the first Sonic Team game to hit 80 since SA2? If we're talking Metacritic, right? In terms of like main series. Let's sort by score. Oh yeah, it's only gonna show one score, the most popular, the one that has the most critic scores. So that's why Advance is showing here, not Mania, because Mania was only the Switch version that was 91. But yeah, Advance, Mania. So this is all 2D. Rush, 82. All Stars, CD, way too high. Modus on the Hedgehog, too high. It's 2D, 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 2D. Generations had 77. Yeah. It's very possible. Where's SA2? I saw SA2 down there. I've lost it now. 73. Dreamcast had 89. Yeah, see, they've hidden it because they show the one that's got the most scores. GameCube had more scores, so that shows 73. But yeah, Dreamcast 89. I don't want to jump the gun, but looking at this level of presentation, combined with the fact that it's bundled with Generations, and now they got like the drop dash and they're adding new features to gens. No Chao Garden though. I could be jumping the gun. The game could be horrible and we don't know yet. But they might do an 80. They might finally do an 80 for the first time since SA2. User scores are always hitting 8+, because Sonic fans, they love everything, right? But like, they might do an 80. And it feels ridiculous to say that, but like, what did Rift Apart get? Yeah, Rift Apart got an 88. That was a great game. Yeah, well deserved. 86 on PC. It's the same game, just a port. Like, they might do an 80. Like, because even with the bias that they have against 3D Sonic, I'm trying to like fault find, and besides a few things like we could critique level design, that's highly subjective. Obviously, we could critique automation, but like I'm looking for the thing that makes me want to drop it. Like right now, if it looks the way it does and the rest of the game is like that, then I guess it becomes a question of how much content. Is it too small? Will it get marked down for not enough content in the shadow portion? But they'll just let them off anyway because it's bundled with Sonic Generations. Like, I don't know. Like, it might hit the 80. Rambo the Boss donated $5 and said, might be the first time I review on Metacritic. Stuff like this needs more support. Yeah, I mean, obviously that won't affect the critic score, of course. You know, Sonic fans will show up for anything, right? I knew Sonic fans would show up for anything when they gave Superstars 8.0, right? Who are you fooling with that shit? This is not an 8 out of 10 game, right? But what did they give Mania? Okay, 8.4, so at least that's higher. But Saria donated $3 and said, imagine if they did Hand Castle for this game and you're running down the tower section of the stage with these graphics. Yeah, I think Hand Castle might be one of the picks they should pick for this game. I don't know if they will, but I would say Hand Castle specifically because what's it called? Because of the upside down mechanic. Because of the way they've been showing this presentation, I think showcasing something like Hand Castle,
Are you sure?
where you're doing all that upside down shit. Oh, I forgot he changes the music on his videos. But all that upside down shit would just work really well with this new presentation, I think. You know? Because you'd be flipping upside down, the music changes. I think aesthetically they're going to do something crazy with it. You know? Hand Castle's a beautiful level, though. Hand Castle's a beautiful level. It's a beautiful level. Like, that's one of my favorite ones when you hit the, what's it called? You hit the switch, and then you go upside down on the rails. and it's like the loop-de-loop that you were on before is now the real grinding section. Like, that shit was crazy. If they do that, you know, if they do that, let me not keep looking at heroes because I'm gonna start falling in love again.
Into the stage, when I got to the results screen, I noticed that the music coin that I got was filled in next to 2 other ones that I didn't get. It looked like they had like a book or a journal on it, and then the other one looked like it had like a canvas for like a drawing on it. So this isn't confirmed or anything, but that suggests to me that there are going to be like 3 optional coins for you to collect per level, kind of like the 5 red rings in Sonic stages.
We still get red rings as well, though, right?
New music.
There's red rings in this as well, in Shadow Gems, right?
New art, maybe new lore or journal entries, or maybe interviews with the developers, something like that. But yeah, just in general, there are multiple paths. The level I played had a great rhythm to it, and the controls feel great. Now let's go ahead and switch gears a little bit to the other new playable level in the demo, which was the BioLizard boss fight. This is a lot more standard in the sense that, you know, if you play the original, you kind of know what to expect here. It's the BioLizard boss fight you know and maybe love, but it's just bigger. It looks way better, obviously. It's on a grander scale. There's a whole new mutation that the BioLizard goes through that's super gross. Like, they take the purple, pink blob things from the original game and make them super gross here in this version of the boss fight because they actually grow out of the BioLizard's skin, and he looks really weird with it, and it looks cool. It really looks like you're fighting like a giant, twisted, tortured monster, and it really works. Of course, with the new version of supporting me playing in the background, it makes it even better. So the boss fight does have some new patterns and some new forms to go through, so it's not like you're playing the exact same boss fight, but it is clearly based.
Yo, Nightfall with the 24 euro. I forgot I haven't donated in a while. Man, you've done enough, man. You've done enough, honestly, man. I've been rambling so long about HUDs and menus. I don't even realize how long I've been live for, honestly. It's crazy, man. I just had a thought in my head right now. I had a weird thought. I thought, like, because when they first announced this game, my head, which obviously is a little bit cynical towards Sega, my head was like, well, they might fumble Shadow Gens, but Sonic Generations will be there, right? But now I'm starting to think, the way they're going with Shadow Gens, the weakest part of the collection might be in Sonic Generations, right? Because if they don't touch Time Eater, that might be the worst thing in the whole package. Time Eater might be the worst thing in the whole package. If they don't go in and, like, touch up that boss, it might be the weakest part of the whole game. Like, and it's at the end, so it's anticlimactic as fuck. You know? Like, Time Eater was not a good boss. And it's weird, too, because I streamed Sonic Generations 3DS a few years ago, I think. And I realized that 3DS Time Eater was better. I mean, it was harder, but it was a better boss. They need to, like, copy that or something. I don't know, but they need to do something to Time Eater because I don't know if they realized that Time Eater was mid. Maybe people haven't said it enough, but they should sort out Time Eater, you know? Eggman Land would be crazy. I mean, if Shadow went through Eggman Land or Sonic went through Eggman Land, oh, like, I don't know. If they added Eggman Land to Generations as, like, the final, you know, maybe before the end boss or something, you know, that would be crazy. That would, like, it would be insane. I guess it would be all boost. It wouldn't be, like, Werehog, but it would be crazy. BioLizard in 3DS was mid, so I'm glad it's not there. I don't even remember how that one went. I wasn't a big fan of Generations 3DS. I felt like the game overall was mid. But I did think the Time Eater in 3DS was genuinely good. When you get the game, are you playing Shadow Generations first? Well, given that I'm going to live stream it and people will get really fucking mad at me if I try and play the old game first instead of the new game, I'm guessing I have to play Shadow Generations first, right? Maybe I'll play Shadow Generations on stream and then play Sonic Generations on my own time if there's nothing really significantly different. I just want to know if they kept the frame rate at 60, right? Because if they kept the frame rate at 60, I don't think I'm going to just play it again on stream. I'll just play it on my own time, whatever. You know, if they unlocked it, then it's going to be a surreal experience, though. Because I'll be playing it smooth, right? Like 144 hertz smooth. So that's a different experience. But I'll probably have to just stream Shadow Gens because that's the new thing that everyone will care about, you know?
Based on the same overall concept. Toward the end, you do get a brand new sequence where you get access to Shadow's Chaos Spear attack. Now, this is not something you can use at any time. It is context-based. So, like, for the other stage, for Space Colony Arc Act 1, you can't just use Chaos Spear anytime.
Oh, you can't use it
anytime.
anytime.
Something that I used for this sequence of the boss fight. Shadow throws Chaos Spears to destroy these projectiles.
So you can't just use it on regular enemies?
And then the whole thing ends in a super crazy anime-style Spirit Bomb QTE where Shadow is punching and kicking a giant energy ball right back at the Bio-Lizard. And if you love Shadow, it is exactly the kind of just over-the-top nonsense that you would hope and expect from a boss fight like this. It's very cool. Switching back to the Space Colony Arc Act 1 stage for a second, there is a chaos control mechanic, and that's predominantly used to freeze time in order to use missiles as makeshift platforms. And that's like the required use of it. But what was interesting is later on, I just kind of started messing around with chaos control in areas the game wasn't requiring you to use it. And in one area, this glowing green path that was an alternate path from the other ones I could have taken just suddenly appeared before me. And Shadow can glide across this green energy path and use it as a new path that isn't there if you're not using chaos control at that particular time. So it does seem as though Sonic Team are encouraging you to kind of experiment with chaos control and see what it might reveal when you use it in places where it isn't required. Now, the last thing I want to mention about the controls and gameplay is that they actually took a page from Sonic Frontiers' book, where the boosting is now mapped to R2 and warp attacking is now mapped to square, like in Frontiers. So
Warp
not a huge
attacking?
change, but personally, I think it's a welcome one. I think boosting
was
is
that name?
better being mapped to R2, like in Frontiers. And of course, I'm using PlayStation nomenclature because that is the version I played. I played it on PS5.
PlayStation what?
And
What
of
was that
course,
word?
I'm using PlayStation nomenclature because that
Nomenclature. Man, you learn something new every day.
is the version I played. I played it on PS5. But if you're going to
Nomenclature?
be playing on a different platform, you know which buttons I'm talking about on your preferred platform. And that's basically it for the Shadow side of things, so let's briefly touch on the Sonic side of things, because they did include 2 Sonic levels in the demo as well. And what's interesting is there are
Sometimes you wonder, like, do Sega love Green Hill that much? Like, why use that for the demo? Why not use Modern Seaside Hill? You know, I don't know. Crisis City. Like, why use Green Hill? Is it because it's the easiest? I don't know. Like, did they just really love Green Hill that much? Like, I love Green Hill in this game. Like, Modern Green Hill is a great level, but it's like, you showed, like, the insane, like, level for Shadow, and it's just like, why don't we show them Green Hill? They haven't seen that in a while. You know, they want to see Green Hill. Like, both classic and modern, just show them Green Hill. Once they see them checkerboards, they'll melt. That's it.
actually 2 different title screens, Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations, separately. It's not Sonic X Shadow Generations in the demo. You literally, if you want to play the Shadow stages, you have a Shadow Generations title screen, and then same for Sonic. Now, the levels available for Sonic in the demo were just Green Hill Act 1 and Green Hill Act 2, 1 classic Sonic stage, 1 modern Sonic stage, and that's it. And there's really not much to say. It looks and feels great, just like the original did. Again, I'm a big fan of the original Generations, and it still feels great here. It especially looks really nice.
Do none of these critics like boost up and take the higher route? Is it just something that they just don't do?
Big fan of the original Generations.
Like, you're a big fan of the game and you never like boosted up and taken the higher path?
Great here. It especially looks really nice, and what's interesting is it seems like they're trying to kind of strike a careful balance where they clearly went back and touched up the graphics so that it, you know, it's a good-looking game in 2024, but they didn't go...
Really? They did? What did they do?
Go back and overhaul all the graphics to such an extent that you no longer recognize the game as Sonic Generations. So it's clearly touched up, it clearly looks better than the original, but it is still very much recognizable as Sonic Generations. It's super lush and vibrant, the colors are beautiful, it looks great. The only major difference on the Sonic side of things for gameplay is that both classic Sonic and modern Sonic now have access to the drop dash, which, hey, great. I love the drop dash. So the fact that they both have access to that move now just makes the gameplay that much smoother, but that really is it.
I saw footage of the drop dash. If someone's got a link, they could post it. I don't know where it is because I saw it when I wasn't live, but they made the classic drop dash a bit underpowered compared to how OP his spin dash was. Like, modern Sonic's drop dash was way more powerful than classics. Even though modern Sonic, you're rarely going to use the drop dash because you're going to have boost, right? So I found that a bit interesting that they made Classic's drop dash a bit small compared to a spin dash.
Other than
Yeah, modern Sonic has a drop dash.
And of course, boosting now being on R2 and Sonic's homing attack now being on square instead of X. So that basically covers the content of the demo. Now, there is one major bad thing that I want to talk about. The demo starts you off in what they call image quality mode, which in other games might be called graphics mode. Basically,
So the 30 FPS mode, yeah.
it's for higher resolution versus performance. And
This is for you console dudes because you're going to have to deal with this. You're going to have to pick between that high graphics 30 FPS mode or that performance 60 FPS mode. As for Switch users, you're gonna get performance 30 FPS, but you know, you get what you pick.
And it's rough, man. I'm telling you, like, frame drops everywhere, pretty jittery. I'm thinking like 25 to 30 FPS.
Yeah, Switch users, that's for you.
Most of the time, it is not how you want to play this game. Thankfully, I went to the options menu, and there is a performance mode as well that prioritizes frame rate. And just like in Sonic Frontiers, when you switch to performance mode, it is suddenly smooth sailing. And by smooth, I mean buttery smooth, 60 FPS throughout, and that is how you want to play this game. And honestly, it didn't come with what I would call a noticeable drop in image quality. I think this game looks great either way, and I played the vast majority of my time on performance mode and was not at all let down or unimpressed with the way the game looks. That's really the only bad part of the demo, though. Everything else I'm feeling really good about.
Imagine he's talking about a Sonic game that's coming out, and the only bad thing you can think about is that image mode runs at 30 FPS. Nightfall, man! Nightfall with another 24 euros? You think Takashi Iizuka loves Green Hill so much his entire bedroom is Green Hill theme? There's gotta be an image on the internet of that. There's gotta be like a Green Hill bedroom. There's gotta be like, someone's got that. Some Sonic fan has got a Green Hill room, right? Look at that. Look at that. That's a Green Hill room. What about this one? Look at that. That's like a play area. That's like a play area. That's probably where Izuka's kids go to play. Like, this is just checkerboard city. Like, but like, man, it's crazy, man. Is this Sonic Prime? Yeah, it looks like Sonic Prime. Anyway. It's like, think about this for a second, right? Those of you who remember when Sonic Forces was coming out, you remember the build-up. When the critics played it, they all had issues, right? Even I was a bit on the defense squad a little bit when Nintendo Life critiqued Forces. But anyway, the critics had issues. Like, they had issues with these games when they did the impressions. It was always some, even Frontiers. Frontiers was like half and half. Like, some critics would gush over it, and then others would, like, you know, let me open this tweet. Others would like not gush over it. It was like give or take, and that's kind of how the game was when it came out. Like, some people were like, yeah, it's cool. Some people were like, it's horrible. Some people loved it. This guy's on a whole video, and he said the biggest con was that there's a 30 FPS quality mode, and you know, it could have been smoother, but then there's a 60 FPS mode anyway. If that's the only thing he's really saying to critique it, that just goes to show that they're on the money right now. Like, you know, it's actually weird to think about. That's the only thing you could think about. You don't have some major critique, some kind of corner cutting that was not. It's so weird to think, you know. It's like when Mania was coming out, right? Like, there was only one thing you could say that was bad about Mania when it was coming out. Like, the one critique that everyone had, oh, too many old stages, one or more new stages. That was the only thing you could be like, we would have changed that. That was the one thing, you know?
I think Sonic Team feels very confident with what they're making here, and based on the new levels I played, I'm really looking forward to experiencing the rest of the new Shadow levels.
And it's still cheaper than Superstars.
I didn't get to experience what the new open zone white space that Shadow's going to have access to, where Shadow's going to be able to go out and explore this open zone white space that's completely separate from Sonic's. That wasn't in the demo, so I can't talk about it. I wish I could, but I am looking forward to experiencing that all the same. And that's about it. I really hope you've enjoyed this preview of Sonic X Shadow Generations. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoy what we do here at GVG, please do consider supporting us on Patreon at patreon.com.
All right, let's see Nintendo Life. We know how they felt about Forces, you know, rightfully so, but let's see what they think about Sonic X Shadow Generations.
What is that?
Don't worry, it's Sonic 06 related.
Okay.
06
Hello
related.
everyone, Zion over here from Nintendo Life, and today we're doing a special thing. We're in Los Angeles, California for Summer Game Fest, and today I'm joined by Alana Higgs, our deputy editor, and we just did a thing in relation to this fella, didn't we?
This guy, yeah, just, you know, Shadow's back. It's Year of the Shadow, everyone, and Sonic Shadow Generations is out October.
That Chaos Spear animation was
sick.
sick.
Year of the Shadow, everyone, and Sonic Shadow Generations.
I know you really like it. Yeah. I see it like
the storyteller donated $5. Gems is a free bag for him. The Whisk game fell so we could get this. Yeah, I mean, you talking about Colors Ultimate or like the original Colors? Oh, I just realized Gens came after Colors just like before. Like, remember we got Colors and then we got Gens. Now we got Colors Ultimate and now we got Gens re-released. They did it in order again. I mean, Frontiers was in between that, but we did it in order again. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, Colors Ultimate was a fucking mess. And I'm not saying that as someone who disliked Colors. I'm just saying that as someone who was observing a remaster just go to shit. Like, what were they doing? Like, I remember talking to Twit back then, and he was furious, because, you know, he loves Colors. He was furious. They were butchering his favorite game. I was laughing, because I don't give a shit about Colors, so I was like, yeah, go ahead, butcher it, I don't care. Not that I was rooting for them to butcher it, but I was more like, not fussed. So it became funny when they were butchering it, you know? But, like, I was thinking to myself, like, if this was Heroes, I would have been furious that they would do this to a game that I actually give a shit about. And it made me mad still, because I was like, I don't care about Colors, but like, why would you do this to the people that like this game? Why would you treat them like shit? Like, why would you do that to them? Why would you release this thing in this state and not take these people seriously who've loved this game for over a decade and are paying for this remaster? Why would you just serve them this bare bones corner cutting shit and just call it a day? Like, you know, it was disappointing. It was very disappointing. So, and it still affects everyone else, because, like, you go, okay, I don't care about Colors now, but now if I hear rumors that they're considering remastering other games, I'm scared now. I'm like, well, I want you to re-release Heroes, but don't do that, right? You know, like, I'm hungry for it, but I'm not so hungry that you could serve me dog shit and I'll still eat it because I'm starving. Like, I'm not that hungry. I'd rather starve, you know?
Is out October 25th, and we got to play it, so...
Not the Switch version, we played it on PS5. So in
Night 4 with the €6 said, alright, you can end the stream now. I'm dominating. Good night, everyone. Good night, man. I promise, man. Like, I wasn't even trying to stream this long. It's just those fucking menus and shit. Like, I was just getting so into it that I was just going on and on. I was supposed to be live for a couple hours max. And then I just got lost in these fucking menus and shit. You know, John Leone donated $5. Said, did you hear about the PlayStation exclusive content? I'm hoping that's a PS4 physical version so I can get all the content from Steam Place. The exclusive content is apparently just some bonus scenes from some prologue animation or something. That will get put on YouTube anyway. That's not really a big deal, so I'm not really worried about that. So, it's not any crazy content. It's not like they locked the adventure skin on the PlayStation port. That would be like, oof, people be mad, you know, people be furious. Some animation and an extra level. No, the extra level is not locked to PlayStation. That's here, additional character skin and level. That's on the Steam version as well. The only thing the PlayStation version got was the animation. I don't think they got another level.
We have a bunch of B-roll that they've sent us that you'll be able to see through this video. And there's some footage here of us like playing here and there.
Yeah, they've added this red ring menu. I think Colors had one of these as well. I'm not sure. Was it Lost World or Colors? But they added this red ring menu so you can track the red rings you got without having to go back into the hub world.
And we got to do 2 levels of just like the Sonic generations, right? Of Green Hill Zone. Yeah. But the meat of it, which you like, I mean, I really liked it a lot. We both have big things to say about it.
That's true.
But the meat of it really was like the Shadow the Hedgehog kind of like. Do you think I mean, maybe it's hard to say, but it feels like it's going to be like a new campaign or something.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like, for the demo version, at least, the Sonic levels and the Shadow levels were separate. They were on 2 separate menus, and it feels like a very separate thing. The Sonic levels, as Xeon said, they're all Green Hill Zone, so, which... fine, I guess. Like, we know what Green Hill's like, but the thing to note is that if you've never played Generations before, Green Hill does feel very different, even like as classic and as modern Sonic, I think. Like, it doesn't feel like, oh, this is Green Hill from Sonic Mania or like any other.
Green Hill from Sonic Mania? Oof. Oof. Okay, so this is more of a casual opinion, but, you know, we still have to see what they say.
Iteration of it, so... yeah, it's still the same great game.
I hope the later season pass stuff includes new stuff for Shadow Generations, not just base gens too. Has there been any indication anywhere what the post-launch plans? I'm assuming that the new stuff is for Shadow and not for Sonic, right? It said character skin and level for Shadow. Terrio skin is for Shadow. Background music pack is probably Shadow. The skill points was Generations. I don't think they have any real I think if they really wanted to like do more with Generations, they would have remade it in the new engine, but they didn't. So So I think they just really wanted to make Shadow gens. The Sloth on a £5 said, yeah, I'm gonna go to got Sonic Frontiers 5 to play off the Odyssey app. Alright, good night, man. See you later. Thank you for the support as well. Thanks everyone for the support. We've been here for what, 3 hours? We should be done soon. I think we got this impressions video. We got a few tweets and articles and things like that. There's not too much to go through yet, so we'll be done in the next, hopefully, 20 minutes.
But yeah, the Shadow stuff is the new stuff. And
Yeah.
You think they're gonna have more save files? I honestly don't know. Sometimes AAA devs like to make these games with one save file for some reason. I guess they feel like we don't want to spend the kilobytes on our computers and consoles. I don't know why they do that. I think it's because on console you can create a different profile to get another save, but on PC, you know, we need save files. Like, we just need it.
we both had a pretty good time with it, I'd say.
Yeah. And like you were saying too, like, I mean, I'm no FPS expert, but it did seem like it was running at 60 FPS on PS5, which is nice.
On PS5 for sure, yeah. I'm not sure how it will run on Switch because there were no versions Switch playable.
Sure.
But I really hope that it.
Another thing too is that, but for anyone who didn't play the original Sonic generations, now it's gonna look kind of dated to them. I mean, we still love Generations, obviously, but to them, because Shadow Gens is, like, newer graphically, they might look at it like it's some old shit. Like, oh, you know, Shadow Gens is the real meat, and Sonic Gens is just, like, a bundle kind of thing. If they had remade Gens with the, you know, Hedgehog Engine 2 graphics, then both of them would have stood together as, like, new shit. You know what I mean? So, that might affect the perception more for the casuals who don't already love this game, but it's just something to think about if they had gone that extra mile, because they're charging again less than Sonic Superstars for Sonic X Shadow Generations, £10 less, right? If they had remade the whole generations, they probably could have charged the £60, $70. Like, if it was like Shadow Generations Hedgehog Engine 2, Sonic Generations Hedgehog Engine 2, I would have had no problems with them charging the $70. Like, you remade the whole gens in the same engine as Shadow Gens, I would have been like, just charge 70, I'll buy it. But they made it cheaper, that's fair. But I'm just saying, like, if they had done the whole package and charged full price, it would have been a justified full price in my opinion. Because they would have done the whole gens in Hedgehog Engine 2, like, with the modern graphics, and it would have stood out.
And it's just to pull through because it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
They've done a really good job of, like, making Generations one of the best looking PS3 games anyway.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it
you and I, like, we both grew up playing, or I shouldn't say grew up, but like, yeah, had it back in the day when.
Oh, so they did play Generations.
At the time, like, it did feel like one of the best. Sonic
so people don't boost and slide at the same time, it seems. John Leone donated $5. Said better than Green Hill from Sonic 2. Ha. Also, with the shadow levels shown being fully 3D, do you think Shadow's levels will switch perspectives mid-level? Well, it's better that they switch mid-level as opposed to just having fully 2D shadow levels. Like, I don't want a fully 2D Kingdom Valley, for example. Like, unless it's like you have a fully 3D Kingdom Valley and then a side level that's 2D. If it's just a side level that's 2D, then cool, then leave it for the side level. Maybe that's how they'll do it. Maybe it'll be like fully 3D main act, and then like maybe some bonus missions in the hub world or the open zone or whatever will be like a 2D version of the level. That's just like an extra shit. Maybe that's how they do it, you know? But not too much 2D, you know? Jay next week said, as good as this thing looks, my thing is we can stomach it when we swap back to Gens and it plays so much better. Well, I mean, yeah, Gens is going to have to hinge on its quality as a game, right? But it's just one of those things where it's like the presentation levels they're showing, it would have been nice to see it in the Shadow portion. I know some modder's going to try it, right? Some modder's going to try and port Sonic Generations into Shadow Generations just to play it as Shadow. You know, I guess you could just mod Shadow into Sonic Generations, but maybe there'll be like graphical benefits just copying it into Shadow Gens. I mean, it wouldn't be like newer textures or anything like that, but maybe you could do something with it in there. I don't know.
We both grew up playing, or I shouldn't say grew up, but like, yeah, had it back in the day when it launched, and at the time, like, it did feel like one of the best Sonic games because it felt like, yeah, the modern age and the
my god, this gameplay
kind of like for the first time beyond like Sonic the Hedgehog 4, which was like very kind of maligned and
pretty much, yeah. It was like the marriage of like two generations of Sonic coming together, and like it kind of made both sides happy. It represented some levels that from games that not everybody loves as well, but it made them really fun and interesting. Yeah, like Sonic Generations is just like a really consistent experience. But let's talk about our boy Shadow.
True. Yeah. And the nice thing too is that like it's so Sonic Adventure.
Even this.
Yeah. And the nice thing
So
too
they take the hit here.
is that
The moment they take the hit,
like
the hint shows up
it's so
and shows you, like, explains. It gives you an idea. Previous Sonic games would have something like that, like 06, if you died on a boss, then Jason would, like, say something to help you. But, like, things like this are important. Because if you remember, like, was it the Final Horizon Titan? That shit was so confusing. People didn't even get how to beat it. People were asking for help on Discord, or if they were on stream, they were asking for help from chat just to figure out what to do next. Oh, you're supposed to move this pipe. I'm like, this isn't intuitive. I can't give this to a casual and tell them to just figure this out. This makes it clear, right? Explain it. If someone's dying or they keep taking hits, just explain it for them. They don't get it. You know, it's fun.
oh Sonic Adventure focused, like you were saying,
Yes,
right?
yeah. The two levels we got to play are the Space Colony arc, which is essentially in Generations. It's like a mix of every space level from Sonic Adventure 2. So Crazy Gadget, which is one of Sonic's levels where you can shift the gravity. We had some of those sections in the Shadow level where you ran up to a wall and you could like jump and he would like stick to the wall on the side. And then you've got like sections of Final Chase, which is Shadow's very last level with all the grind rails in the middle of space. And the explosions and things like that. So it was such a really cool like celebration of like Sonic Generation or Sonic Adventure 2's like level structure. It's really fun.
And it wasn't like those sections were like just 30 seconds either. This wasn't like your standard like 2-minute Sonic level either. It was like I don't know, 6 or 7 minutes. I
think I definitely hit 5 minutes, and that was just like exploring, running through, doing as much as I could in that level. But I didn't feel like I was like going too far off the beaten path. Like I was going through it at a pretty brisk pace. But yeah, it felt like an end game Sonic Adventure level, which they are that long, really. But it really
that's a good point. Yeah,
it really captures that like spirit of Sonic Adventure 2 to me. That was like the thing that really jumped out in both levels, because the second level was
so relax.
The Bio Lizard, right?
Yeah, there's a boss fight with the Bio Lizard, which is a little wonky.
Yeah. So, and the interesting thing to note here as well, like if you look in the over the shoulder footage of us here playing, so you got to do the Shadow, like the level, the giant like
Space Colony arc.
Yeah. So you got to do all that, and then I jumped into Shadow, and like I didn't realize that you could dash. Yeah. So you got to do.
So is the light speed dash just gone? I'm trying to figure out
Shadow, like
because he goes behind the troll. There's no like prompt or anything. I'm guessing there is no light. I don't know. I don't think there's a light dash.
And that was kind of the thing with the boss, was like you have to dash away right away.
Yeah. And
so I just kept like had my hands on the controller for the first time and like kept getting like just smashed in the face by this boss. And but it had that like trademark jank immediately, but it still was a lot of fun. And I think you saw how varied the level was.
100%. Yeah, like it feels really different from Sonic.
It's amazing how vibrant like it looks on the screen here.
Varied the level.
And then they show the capture card footage, and it's like drab. Because you know when these what's it called? When these like journalists show up to these events on these set screens, they use the same capture card. Everyone's got the capture set up for them, I believe, and they give you the footage. So whatever capture card they're using, it's like drying out all the color.
It feels really different from Sonic's levels, I would say. Like Shadow just feels different. Like he has a homing attack, but it's not the same as Sonic's. Like he teleports to an enemy, which is very. It's way more in line with his character.
You got an OLED monitor? You're enjoying a look. Yeah, I need an OLED monitor, man. I really need an OLED monitor for real. I'm just on a standard IPS, but it is 144 Hertz. But my next upgrade is definitely going to be OLED. It's going to be 4K OLED. I might even go 240 on my next one. 4K OLED 240 if I find one. Right now I'm on a tight budget though, so I'm not going to upgrade just yet. But OLED is definitely the way. Like OLED is the way.
And obviously this is the first real time that Chaos Control has just been like a normal mechanic in game. Like usually it's like just a set piece or something or part of a cutscene, but in this, if you collect enough rings, you'll power up a gauge and then you can use
technically Chaos Control was in Sonic Heroes,
and that's
but
great
you know.
for like solving puzzles or doing platforming or just, you know, if you're being attacked, you can pause time for a second, then get rid of all the enemies.
Yeah.
And it's a really neat implementation of that mechanic. So I think people who like Shadow will be really happy with that.
Yeah, and speaking of enemies too, it was really neat to see that they really pulled all those classic enemies from Sonic Adventure 2 back. At least they seem so familiar, like that kind of chaos looking thing that has like an android
those.
head.
Yeah.
They're so creepy, right?
What did he say?
People who like Shadow will be really happy with that.
Yeah, and speaking of enemies too, it was really neat to see that they really pulled all those classic enemies from Sonic Adventure 2 back. At least they
All official chaos.
seem
Okay.
so familiar, like that kind of chaos looking thing that has like
used to hate
an android
those.
head. They're so
Yeah.
creepy, right? Do you
Yeah.
remember if the spherical ones were in there too?
Did I see Izuku's interview with VGC? Interview? I'm not sure. I have to check.
I don't remember seeing them in this one,
Okay.
no. But yeah, I hopefully will see them in another level, perhaps. But
Yeah.
those are the only 2 we've seen so far.
We don't
so.
know how long this campaign is supposed to be either yet, right?
Not
How many
yet.
missions or anything?
No, there's been like teasers of certain levels that are coming back. Like I think we've seen snippets of Rail Canyon from Sonic Adventure 2,
Okay.
and
Don't disrespect the GOAT like that. Come on, you know where that shit from. You know that shit from the GOAT. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that, okay? You know it's from the GOAT, okay? I know you got confused because you heard Rail and Rail was first in SA2. But Rail Canyon from the GOAT, okay? You know it's from the GOAT.
I do.
You just like SA2 so much that you want it to be from SA2. But you know it's from the GOAT. Don't be playing around.
Yet, right?
not
How many
yet.
missions or anything?
No, there's been like teasers of certain levels that are coming back. Like I think we've seen snippets of Rail Canyon from Sonic Adventure 2,
Okay.
and yeah. So I don't know what other levels, what other games they'll dive into, because obviously the Eye from Shadow the Hedgehog also
right.
makes an appearance.
You got
and
the
have
eye
to, like,
right.
chase him towards the end of Space Colony arc, so that makes for a really fun like.
SA2 fans are desperate to claim Rail Canyon because you know Rail Canyon goated. You know Rail Canyon goated. You know, okay? That shit is goated, man. Like,
chase sequence and blended with like some action. And
that's how I be feeling about rail grinding. Like, when I think about SA1 and how I like it more than SA2, I'm like, you're lucky you got the rails. You're lucky. That's the one thing that I be jealous of as a SA1, you know, supremacist. SA2 got the rails. That shit, that was cool. Okay.
quick time events where Shadow just punches a missile.
That's right.
It's so weird, and he's just like, they really get like how kind of over the top cheesy Sonic is, and Shadow as well, like in a way that's like, I don't want to say like early 2000s like emo kids, but it certainly does embrace that side of it that everyone loves about him. So
you're right. This like kind of that level, like even though I didn't get to play that, it was so much fun watching you play it because it did feel like every.
Yeah, I gotta start looking into OLED monitors, man, for real. Like I'm seeing these vibrant shots and I'm just getting jealous. I need to look into one. Maybe next year. I might get a new PC next year. When the 50 series drops, I might have to upgrade.
Section was so different than the last, and like Sonic's
Plus, they're canceling Windows 10 support next year, so I have to upgrade anyway.
Oh, oops. Shadow is like falling through the sky, and like there's like this weird Spider-Verse kind of thing happening where
there's like
buildings everywhere that doesn't make any sense.
Dimension hopping, it feels like they go into like a Sonic 06 style level.
You sent me one? Oh, I have to check that on Discord then after the stream.
And then you go back to space.
I gotta save up.
But there's also
We'll get
that,
one on
like,
finance.
Mission Impossible sequence where you're like gliding down and you have to dodge all the lasers as well.
Right,
So yeah, like that one level of Shadow is like a really good showcase, I think, of what is to come with the rest of Sonic Shadow generations, especially like Shadow's campaign. So yeah, I think there's a lot to look forward to here.
I like what you were just saying as well about like the dimension hopping as well, as maybe we'll see like. Because do we know if Shadow's going to be, you were saying, is it Red
What
Canyon
CPU
or
do I
something
have?
like that,
I got a
or-
5950X.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I wonder if
It was a
he's gonna, like,
5950X
I hope Shadow
PC with a
doesn't find his way into the kill zone,
3080, but
like,
I
wonder
upgraded
kind
the
of what-
3080 to a
what more,
4080.
like level diversity we're gonna get out of him as well. If he,
What's you know, what Sonic 06 levels could we get? What Shadow the Hedgehog levels could we get? Will we see Sonic and the Black Knight levels or something like that? I don't know. Like, I think it will stick closely to those 3 games because that's where like Shadow lore kind of is, I guess. Like, and I think like it's gonna reward people who are really, really into Shadow the Hedgehog as a character, and like it looks like he's gonna have like a story of all on its own, separate from the Sonic Generations story of like trying to. Looks like
Oh, that's the popping thing. Yeah, when you're not boosting, that's very obvious.
Separate from the Sonic Generations story of like trying to restore everybody back to color and life kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do aside from the Rail Canyon level. I'm trying to think of like really good levels. I mean, everyone knows Radical Highway, right?
Oh, right. Was Speed Highway, was that like the Sonic version or something? Or was that Adventure 1?
Yeah,
maybe?
Speed Highway is Adventure 1. Yeah.
So you remember all that, but you couldn't remember Rail Canyon. Okay. Okay, I see the agenda.
Have some buildings,
I see the anti-goat agenda.
But yeah, there's really good opportunities here to use Shadow, and I think Biolizard's one of the most iconic fights, but I'm sure Melfist will probably make an appearance. I don't know. The Wings, maybe? That's like, what do we think? Do we think that's gonna make some kind of big story splash or something? Like, yeah, I think if you love Shadow, this is gonna be worth picking up. Hopefully we'll get some time with the Switch version at some point in the next couple of months. Because
that was a big thing, right? It was like you and I both, when we were watching that trailer, like it, and it should be noted too, right, that the Sonic Generations and the Shadow, like, new campaign seem to be like, I don't want to say developed on different engines, but they look like completely separate games. Like, so the graphical fidelity of it is...
There's definitely like more visual variety and, you say, graphical fidelity, because there's so much going on in like Shadow's levels.
Yeah.
Like, it does feel like it's been like developed from the ground up, whereas
I agree.
The Sonic Generations part, they don't feel like a remake, but it's definitely like building upon what was already there. So yeah, the thing to note is that on PS5, like, it seemed to be 60, steady 60 for Sonic, but Shadow, we did have a couple of like up and down frames and things like that. So
are they on performance mode or?
The Switch will probably be 30, or if it's not, it's going to be like uncapped. So it's probably worth like.
That shit is not seeing anything above 30. That shit's stuck at 30 at the maximum. Okay, like, we'd be lucky if it stays at 30. Oh, like, think about like cyberspace graphics and how like simplistic they were, and that was on Switch. Imagine what this is gonna have to do. Like, Switch, I'll be surprised if they optimize it really well. You know, we'll see. But it's gonna be living in the 20s. I feel like, you know.
Even some of those, like, I don't know if it's the like Ratchet and Clank on PlayStation 5. I've heard, you know, it kind of does some of that crazy dimension hopping because of the
Switch can't run a PS3 360 game. Whoa, remember Shadow Generations is different from Sonic Generations, right? They should be able to, realistically speaking, they should be able to get Sonic Generations running on Switch really well. But Shadow Generations is the issue, right? And knowing Sega, maybe I'll eat my words, but knowing Sega, they're not going to aim for 60 FPS for base gens on Switch. I don't think they will. I mean, it ran at like 30 on PS3. So, Colors ran at 30 on the Wii. And it still ran at 30 on Switch. So, I don't know, man. AK Chuba donated $5 and said, as someone who's modded Sonic Gens, I will say the pocket is actually super easy to fix in that game. You just change the range rally on the object. So the question is, why did he keep it in then? Like, why isn't there like a distance slider? Like, you know, the Heroes launcher has a distance slider where you can make things further away. Why don't they have that for like the PC version to like lower the distance from objects, like, or lower like, or increase how much you can put on the screen? It seems a bit weird that they leave these things in, you know?
What the PS5 is capable of. And I'm hoping that like that Shadow isn't like that there aren't like loading screens or something like that in the Switch version either.
Oh yeah, the Switch doesn't have the fast SSD shit, so there might be like loads and Switch users. I mean, look, if you got some money saved, well, you're saving off some Switch 2 anyway, because that's next year. It might be time to invest in maybe a PS5 or a PS5 Pro or a PC. I don't know, maybe a PS5 Pro. Because, like, I mean, I guess if you just hold out and wait and get the Switch 2, you know, that'll be backwards compatible. You probably get, like, some kind of performance boost on Switch 2 version. So you might just have to tough it out for some months until Switch 2 comes out. You might be fine. You know, you might be fine. Just wait
some of those transitions,
the months for the performance jump.
The, like, different backdrops were pretty wild. So, yeah, it does have me worried about, like...
Everyone's noticed the quality difference, like, with the budget. Like, the what's it called,
Something
the
like that, and you
backdrops
switch
and all the
versions.
changes.
True.
Because some of those transitions, like between the
Transitions, that's the word I'm
like
looking
different
for.
backdrops were pretty wild. And
yeah.
so yeah, it does have me worried about like how are they really going to make that happen.
Yeah,
But you said it comes out in October.
October
right?
25th, yeah.
Okay.
Got a date at the Summer Game Fest live, so
Okay.
yeah, hopefully that's not far off really, so
Yeah.
we're gonna get to play it soon.
Sweet.
Will Shadow have a gun?
Ooh,
Will
he
Shadow
has.
have a gun?
I want to say he has to, but I think I don't want to not see him.
No.
One at some point. Or what if he
know you really like it. Yeah, yeah.
Pumpkin donated $5 and said we're probably gonna get that 144p Switch gameplay at the direct. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Nintendo's direct still hasn't happened yet. They still need to finish off E3 with the best event. They might get something at the direct. Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Like they're gonna have to scale back Shadow Gens like visually. Like there was a lot of source on that. They're gonna have to like. Where's that one image of? Oh my! Where's that one? Where's that Mortal Kombat Homelander Switch comparison image that went viral? There was a picture that went viral. That's like when you know the system is selling, so you have to port the game, but it's like we're trying our hardest out here. We're trying our hardest. Like it runs. Like call some slack, man. It runs. It runs. Oh my god, man. Oh my god.
It up and he's like, huh, and then he just like
throws it.
This version is coming close to Switch 2, so they probably have that version prepared already. Yeah, but does that mean they're gonna make the Switch 1 version like a sacrificial lamb? Like, because a lot of people are not gonna get Switch 2 on launch, right? So a lot of people are still gonna deal with Switch 1's version. So, like, how well is it gonna run? Like, can they get stable 30 if they turn down enough settings and resolution, or is it still gonna chug? Because we're hearing stories of it chugging on PS5 on performance mode, to be fair though, right? So I don't know, we'll see. Either it chugs or it looks nowhere near as vibrant and elegant, but we'll see.
It's like, yeah, maybe the motorbike will show up too. We'll see.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, a motorbike level or something. Yeah.
I mean, the way that I haven't been this excited for Shadow in a long time. Like my brother's obsessed. Well, he's not obsessed with Shadow, but he really liked Shadow growing up. And I was the kid that like was becoming too old for Sonic. You know, it's like the kids that like grow out of Pokemon or whatever. But my brother was the Shadow kid, and so I kind of looked at it differently, I think.
Yeah.
And but I'm really excited about Shadow now after this. It really like the year of Shadow kind of it makes I don't know. It's like it's a goosebump. Very nice feeling.
It's exciting for us who grew up with those Dreamcast games. I think we saw Shadow come into the Sonic world, and now he's back.
And he was awesome. And then he kind of got like I don't know. He just didn't have he didn't have as much purpose, or maybe I didn't I didn't play Sonic 06.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen some of the more like important moments, and didn't play Shadow either. But but yeah, he's always just kind of lately has felt.
So
like
you played Heroes, but forgot Royal Canyon.
Maybe put
Okay.
Monkey Ball, or I know he's not in. Oh wait, he has like a hoodie.
It's so weird to see like, and this is a shift because obviously people are aging, right? But it's weird to see a lot of the journalists now when they talk about Sonic, they tend to talk about it like the adventure era was their nostalgia, like SA2 and shit like that. But like when we were younger, like 10 years ago, all the critics were classic fanboys. Like all of them was just like, the classics was the way it was supposed to be, and we tolerated Adventure 1, but then 2 started to go downhill, and Heroes was this, and it's like, it's now shifted to where like the journalist age, like we got journalists at IGN talking about Unleashed was underrated. Like it's a whole different generation, no pun intended, of journalists. It's so weird to see the shift, right? But it's also scary because that means in another 10 years, you're going to see the new era of journalists who are like, Forces was underrated and we missed that style, and it's like, ugh, you know.
In Superstars or something.
Oh, something
right?
like
But he's not.
weird,
He maybe isn't even playable if I remember right. But
yeah, he makes an appearance in Smash as well, like in the background.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, that's true.
Otherwise, he's just like another character in the Sonic world, in the same vein that like, I don't know, Rouge the Bat or anyone like that. So maybe we'll have
20 years from now, they'll have nostalgia for Frontiers.
living in
Oh
Sonic
yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen soon.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know, Rouge the Bat or anyone like
Sure.
that. So maybe we'll see some of those as well.
Yeah, he's just living in Sonic Shadow.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But you're right. It would be cool to see Rouge, and I don't know if other characters will appear as well.
Yeah, I think they make an appearance in base generations, but whether they come up in Shadow's campaign as well will be interesting. But at the moment, it's all Shadow's show so far on his side of the coin. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Sweet. Well, thanks for being here. Obviously, you've written a preview already on the website.
Would you want an Unleashed
like
remaster with Watcher voice and Sonic?
notes,
No.
It's the whole thing is up there. We'll have it in the description below.
No.
And hopefully we'll be doing more videos like this when we play more.
Where's the
cool
Kendrick
stuff
clip?
that is coming to Switch.
That no clip.
So let us know in the comments down below what you think about Sonic X Shadow
All right.
Generations.
I think we're done with most of that.
Up on Switch or a different system, or if you're waiting for footage. And
All right, let's change. Let's get to the articles now. We've got a few articles to go through. Let's add some music. Let's cool it down a little bit. There was an image, a new image of the hub world. I think I saw that somewhere. I don't know if I have the tweet loaded up, but there was a hub world image. But we got a few articles to get through. We should be done soon. We've been live for too long already. Izuka confirmed that there will not be Chao Gardens, but Sonic Team is considering bringing them back in the future. But obviously, Midori already leaked that there's going to be a mobile game with a Chao Garden in it, the Sonic Chao Guardians. So I guess they're saving it for the phone game. But yeah, it won't be in Generations, basically. It's on Sonic Stadium. Okay, we'll check Sonic Stadium. This is the article about the Chao Garden. Speaking of VGC, so this is the VGC interview that they're talking about. Everybody wants it. It's built a celebration of Sonic. As a result, it's difficult to see Chao Gardens become an added feature. It's nice to know he's thinking about. Okay, let's see if we can find this hub world image then. Oh, they've got an Asuka interview coming as well. That'll be interesting to see. I'm gonna have to do another stream. Izuka confirmed that Sonic 1 will not be in the game. Game ruined. No Sonic 1. It's a wrap. 5 out of 10. There's really no point though, you know. What is this? Okay. Okay, here's the new image. Alright, so you got the platform, you got the rails. So the rails are actually connected to the building now. They got a connection point. That's pretty interesting. I like the aesthetic of this wall. I'm guessing you might be able to boost on the water as well. Or it's purple water, it might kill you, I don't know. You wonder if this is Soliana. I don't think this is Soliana. Soliana looked like way more real. Like not like a, this looks like a place you'd see in heaven. Soliana looked like a regular city. Yeah, Soliana looked like a regular city. Now I'm thinking about playing 06. You see, my brain is like. You asked them about the Freedom Fighters. Oh god. Shadow doesn't need a gun, he is a weapon. Okay, that's interesting. We have to look at that. Here's another one. Sonic Team are the developers behind Sonic X Shadow Generations. We're still gradually seeing more details come out. The recent trailer was only the beginning. A new interview from VGC revealed a bunch more details. Izuka confirms that Sonic Team developed it in Japan. The game's director is this guy who was a designer. Let's see what this guy has done. Let's see his rap sheet for the Sonic. Let's see everything he's done. This is the guy directing the game. So he's like the highest head honcho aside from Izuka who put him in that place. I'm trying to find his. Let me go to Sega Retro. Where's the game names? What the fuck? Why is this shit not filled in? We can assume 2010 is colors. 2011 will be Generations. Special thanks to this probably Sonic 4. Game designer most likely on Lost World. What Sonic game came out in 2016? What was 2016? I don't know what 2016 was. Lead game designer 2019. I don't know what that is. Why is this shit not filled in properly? Fire and Ice? Well, that was a whole different team though. Why would he be on that when he was doing Generations? What about IMDb? Okay, IMDb says Colors, Gens, Mario and Sonic, Colors Ultimate. So he really only struck gold once. I mean, the Olympic Games are Olympic. I'm not counting that. Colors Ultimate is just credit because he did Colors. So it's really just Colors and Gens. So he was a level designer on Colors. So he was a lower level. They moved up to game designer on Gens, which I believe is above level design. I could be wrong. But yeah. It was a game design on Gens, but a level design on Colors. But Izuka does say that there are other Generations veterans on the team. We don't know who, but you know. We know there's no Chao Gardens, but he has a desire to bring them back. We already know there's a Chao Garden game coming because Midori told us. But yeah, I think that clears that up. There's a Japanese interview as well. There are plenty of elements to play, such as conversational characters, finding hidden items, and talking on challenges. So I'm guessing Sonic characters will be in the hub world somewhere. Are there more images here? Oh no, it's just crops. Looks like they fixed the pop-in issues because you can see the grind rails from a further distance. I mean, let's hope they did. It could just be a screenshot thing, but I don't know. Alright, we can close this. We can close this. I'm gonna start closing things that I've watched. Before I start looking at the article, let me just make sure there's no other surprise videos that some other journalist has found or posted. We've seen Choctober, we've seen Good Vibes, seen Nintendo Life, we've seen Jeremy. This is music. It's a trailer. I don't know if that's an opinion video from playing it or not from playing it. Yeah, these seem to be like, yeah, I don't think these are people that have played it. I'm not seeing anything that looks like someone who's, fuck is that? Oh, I thought it was like the animation or something. Why did I think that was Etika for a sec? I'm sorry. I was like, my heart skipped a beat for a sec. I was like, what? Review analysis. Okay, so nothing new. Okay, we can close that. We can close. Keep this one open. I need to look at the menus again because, you know. Okay, we've seen that. VGC, we've seen that. We've seen this. Alright. So this Japanese trailer. We got Game Informer's article. Oh yeah, we got this original Black Doom voice actor, Sean Shamwell, said, I did a real audition for this and apparently they decided not to use me. I don't know why they decided not to use him. Sega's been weird with that for a while. But that was the original Black Doom voice. I did not realize it's out, and I did a re-audition for this, and apparently they decided not to use, so I don't know what's going on. I'm not certain yet, but I certainly have not worked on this game yet. Sega's often held re-auditions for past voice actors and turned them down, including fan favorite Sonic voice actor Ryan Drummond. Yeah, I mean, they got an Adventure Sonic skin for Sonic Generations now. Wait, they confirmed the Adventure Sonic skin was for the Sonic Generations portion, right? That's not for Shadow Gens, right? That's for Modern Sonic, right? They should, realistically, they should get Ryan to do the grunts on that. Like, how long would that even take to get grunts for that? They should really do that, you know, if they're serious. You know? Maybe if they're lazy, they'll just copy some from SA2 or something. I don't know. Who's resting in peace? Who's dead? Okay. I thought some celebrity had died or something. You can't see him the same way again. I mean, his voice has changed, to be fair. You know, but... honestly, it's some Heroes clips you could use for it. I've seen a mod. I've seen a mod for it that used Heroes clips. Let's see this one. They used the Heroes clips because they had the best sound quality. Because SA1, they were still figuring out the sound quality. I think the grunt might be from SA2 though. There's some SA2 in there as well. Maybe don't use the alright too much, because it gets played out a bit too quick. Maybe as a rainbow ring, but not like every time you boost. Yeah, you could mod. You could do a drummer mod for the adventure skin. Like, you could do that. Even if you don't get new clips, you could use like Heroes SA2 clips. Again, not SA1 because the sound quality wasn't as good, but you could use Heroes and SA2 clips to make a drummer mod for the adventure skin. I don't know what they're gonna use for Terios though. Like, I don't know. But is this a different mod? Let me see. Oh, this one's got the woohoo. Okay, you got that was tight. Okay. They changed the HUD as well. Jason and Roger just fits Modern Sonic more nowadays. I can see Sonic saying woohoo like in Unleashed. The thing about Drummond is Drummond aged backwards from SA1 to Heroes. Like in SA1 he sounded like the oldest. Sonic sounded the most grown in SA1, and then SA2 sounded a bit younger, and then in Heroes he sounded even younger. It was like he kind of de-aged throughout the adventure era. It was kind of interesting to see actually, you know. But yeah, it's just one of those things, right? But yeah, let's actually look at a Shadow voice mod. Shadow Jason mod. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to type in Shadow mod and hope that Jason's in it. And not Cook. Okay, that's Cook. Okay, so I don't know, but you could use a Jason Shadow mod. Like, I mean, I'm definitely gonna turn one on for Shadow Generations. Either Jason or Cook. I think not Cook. Sorry, Humphrey. Either one of those two I'll use on Shadow Gens. I mean, I'll beat the game one time the authentic way, and then after that, I'll put the voice mod on. Nobody shows love to David Humphrey Shadow. It's just been Jason. Well, I mean, Jason is the GOAT, though. But, like, obviously, Humphrey Shadow is great. Like, both of them are S tier, I think, as Shadow. They just give off different vibes. I think Humphrey's a bit more... I think he gives off more emotion, you know? Whereas Jason's Shadow is a bit darker, you know? So it depends on what vibe you're going for. But Cook sounds more like he's trying to be Humphrey than he's trying to be Griffith. So if the game is Cook and the dialogue is Cook, then it makes more sense to like use Humphrey, you know. If you want to go the AI route, you could AI the vocals from like Shadow Generations, like the dialogue, and then run it through the AI to sound like Humphrey, and then just mod it into the game, if that's how you want to play it. Alright, we got this Japanese article. Oh, this is just a quick overview. There's nothing crazy in here, so not really much to look at. I think it's a Japanese one, so it shows all the cool things that they get, like the key ring and this thing, and the superior box art that they get, you know. That Sonic 3 logo. We still haven't seen the movie 3 trailer. Man. I keep forgetting, man. This year. We haven't even seen that yet. New features include Chao Rescue, which you rescue the Chao, and Drop Dash. They included the Casino Night Pinball. Okay, yeah. Well, the 2 pictures of the hub world. White Space is the name of it. The story progresses around 3D remoting 3D map. By acquiring Doom power, the places you go will expand, and there are plenty of elements such as conversations with characters, finding items, take on challenges. Run around freely, enjoy every corner of White Space. So, Doom power is the thing required to progress. Ah, so that's what we're gonna do to make the game longer. It's gonna be like an Unleashed kind of situation. So you're gonna have to collect this Doom power to unlock the next level, and that might involve doing challenges, maybe replaying the level to get some kind of extra Doom power or something. That might be their way of lengthening the game. You know, we'll see. Shadow's power, Doom power, can be used to blow away hordes or enemies and dash across water. Is that boost? Blow away hordes or enemies and dash across water? Right, that sounds like boost. Like, is that not what boost does? Hordes away enemies and dash. They're calling it Doom power. But then they're saying you need Doom power to expand where you can go in the hub world. So it can't be Doom power. Why does Doom power sound like some shit that Shadow would say before he... Let me not say it. Let me not say... Feel my Doom power. Oh god. Black Doom, who once fought to take over the world, was defeated by Shadows on the move again. Black Doom plans to obtain Shadow's powers this time in order to conquer the world once and for all. His past new powers are the people he must protect. Shadow is torn between light and darkness, and eventually begins in the fate of the world is at stake. Alright, I think we've pretty much seen everything that there is here. So we got Game Informer, who are giving their opinions. This is a quick one, and then we'll look at the VGC interview, which is quite a bit longer, and then I think we're done. So, Game Informer's giving their opinions here. It says, it is better to have lived and learned. This is Brian Shea. I think he covered Frontiers as well. Brings one of the most well-liked Sonic games of the last decade and a half forward to modern consoles. Was essentially a greatest hits compilation of remake levels to serve as a collaboration or celebration of the Blue Blur's only critics call him the Blue Blur 20th anniversary is being remastered with current technology, but that's not all. As part of the package, players can engage in a standalone campaign starring Shadow. I went hands-on. Okay. So we did Shadow first, 2 stages, Space Colony Arc, Act 1, and BioLizard. Both do precisely what the Sonic stages did when the game was released in 2011. They provide high-speed strolls down memory lane with various improvements. Speeding through Space Colony Arc immediately brought back memories of my repeated playthroughs of Sonic Adventure 2 and Dreamcast, but in Sonic X Shadow Generations, Shadow has new powers at his disposal. We saw him use Chaos Control. Okay. Radical Highway, Doom's Highway. Doom's Eye, not Doom's Highway. Doom's Highway. Entire level morphed. Okay. I don't know if the levels, more levels to use the stage altering feature, but I'm excited to see what Sonic Team has in store. A lot of people like that, the stage altering shit. Violet's Fight was a more difficult venture, but equally as fun. Starts on a circular platform, and the lizard chases you with a tail and mouth before busting energy balls at you. If you can dodge them, you can grind up the rails and hit his core. Then he grows massive arms. Okay, yeah. So, I'm trying to see if there's opinions here, not just recapping what's in the thing. The Sonic side isn't as compelling since it's all content players have sped through before, but it's still great to see it running so smooth without needing to play the 360 version with the Xbox Series X FPS boost. Even though I had a chance to play Green Hill Zone's 2X, it felt like a fun homecoming to 2 of my favorite Sonic games of that era. One of the biggest improvements to console players is being able to play a super high speed game at 60 frames because the original was 30. Yeah, they're really leaning on it's a remaster because it's, you know, 4K 60 on console now. Which I guess for console fans, that would be a remaster. It plays better than it did on PS3. I guess for PC users, it's just like, it's the same. For those who played it before or reason to replay is that we have a chao rescue feature. Chao are going to be hidden in generations. You're going to have to find them all. That's a gameplay feature to keep those who are really good to go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's that much to be like, this is the reason why, you know. Not too much opinions here. It's a very standard article. So let's go through the VGC article. Shadow doesn't need a gun, he is a weapon. Sonic Team talks Shadow Generations. VGC sits down with Sonic Team head Daddy Zook to discuss its upcoming game. Shadow is something of a cult favorite amongst Sonic fans, there's no surprise, there's a lot of hype. Rather than simply remastering Generations and releasing it on modern format, Sonic Team decides to add an entirely new section to the game. Similar to Bowser's Fury, a somewhat different experience. It's a decision that's got the Sonic community excited, as was made clear by the huge reaction. After going hands-on with the game at Summer Game Fest, we sat down with Daddy Zook, Father Zooks, El Zookador, to discuss the changes made for this new version, as well as the current status of the Sonic franchise in general. Sega has declared this the year of Shadow. Obviously you have a movie and merchandise plan, but what could we expect in the game space? As far as games are concerned, Sonic and Shadow Generations is the big game. You have lots of great content in that game related to him, but outside of the console space, we do have mobile games that will have Shadow content, and the closed beta of Sonic Rumble, which just happened. I keep forgetting that's happening, man. That's this year. And we got the Chao Guardians game as well. You came up with a character originally. What do you think makes him so popular 20 years later? Sonic is a really cool character who people love, but what makes Shadow unique and appealing is that he's this dark hero, where Sonic is always going to be a hero doing the heroic thing. Shadow's a little bit more complicated and on that edge, where he could end up doing something that no longer makes him a hero. It's that difference that's good juxtaposition, but also makes him a really cool character. We got one of the Rail Canyon screenshots. Oh, Rail Canyon. Shadow will have a starring role in the Sonic 3 movie out later this year. You've not officially announced who's voicing him, but could you tell us what qualities you look for when you cast that role? Shadow was in Sonic 3, and when I worked with the movie team to make sure the characters were portrayed appropriately, what I wanted to focus on was the personality and attitude of Shadow. Even if we're moving into a different medium, I wanted to make sure that Shadow felt really true to the character. So as a character advisor on the movies, I did want to work with the creators to make sure that Shadow still felt like Shadow in the movie. Will we see Shadow pick up his gun again, or was that period of history you're not keen to revisit? Yeah, in the game, Shadow did use a gun, but when we talk about Shadow, he would use whatever he needed in the moment to get the job done. So he'd pick up a gun or ride a bike in order to get the job done. He's that kind of character. But he's also extremely powerful on his own and doesn't really need a gun or anything because he can do it himself. He is a weapon, so as long as there's no need for Shadow to use a gun, he'll probably not use one. So basically, they're not doing the gun thing again. Does he need a gun in Sonic Shadow Generations? No. Is dedicating a year of content to a single character something that's a special case for Shadow, or would you consider doing it for other characters in the future, such as Knuckles or Silver? Well, actually, 2024 is also the 30th anniversary of Knuckles, so it's also kind of the year of Knuckles as well. Then again, it's more so the year of Wade because he took over the TV show. We did want to pick a character that would get fans excited, so that's why we picked Shadow this year. Whoever we can use to get fans excited in the future, we definitely want to look at. The year of Silver, people! The year of Silver! Come on, the year of Silver! What can you tell us about the development team behind Sonic and Shadow Generation? Who's working on the game? The game is developed in Japan by Sonic Team. The rest of the game is actually Mr. Shigehara, who was a designer on the original Generations game. We do have a lot of other staff working on the new game who worked on the original. Alright, that's fine. This is that image from before. Yeah, he's got like the big sword thing, or like the aura. I don't know what, if he's holding something or that's the aura. It's the Casino Pinball DLC. The teaser art features a lot of reference. Are they saying no? They mean Chao, not Chaos. Not Chao. It's not Chao as plural. It's Chao. The colorful features from the classic Sonic Adventure games. This has led to speculation that it could be revived in the Chao Guardians minigame. Thank you for bringing this up because it's something we want to properly communicate so there's no confusion. There is no Chao Guard in Sonic X Shadow Generations. There are Chao that appear in this key visual and artwork, and this reason is because there's a Chao rescue gameplay feature. For those who played Sonic Generations already, there's additional gameplay through this feature, but just to be clear, there's no Chao Garden in this game. Fans clearly want to see that return. Based on the reaction to that art, would you consider bringing it back in the future? He says that sometime yes, because we hear the same thing. Everybody wants it. Again, Midori already leaked the Sonic Chao Guardians mobile game, which will have a Chao Garden in it, but also more stuff aside from the Chao Garden. So we'll see that at some point. Did you consider bringing the Sonic Generations exclusive levels to this version? Nope, there's no 3DS version gameplay in this version. It's based on the console version. Obviously, the 3DS version is mid. I would have liked to see 3DS timing it though. But back in the day, the only Nintendo platform which had generations was 3DS. So this is going to be the first time Nintendo users will get to experience this kind of gameplay because it's only on 360 and PS3. I mean, if you're the Nintendo user that only had Nintendo hardware since 2011 and never bought anything else, then yeah, you got literally never touched generations. I don't know how many people are really like that, just never buy outside of their brand, but I guess there are some. We noticed in the demo the two games, Generations, or Sonic and Shadow Gens, are treated like separate games. That means we should expect a similar volume of content from Shadow. For Sonic Generations, the story is that everyone got sucked into the white space, and there you went back through the history of the Sonic franchise. Shadow Generations is happening in parallel to this story, with Shadow also sucked into the white space and revisiting the famous places from his past. The difference is that in Sonic Generations, the hub world is 2D side-scrolling, whereas in Shadow, the team created an open zone hub world like in Sonic Frontiers, where you can run around and do what you want. So although you talk about Sonic and Shadow Generations being different games, they all feed into the same story, and there are a lot of similarities within the game format. It should hopefully feel like a very similar experience and pleasurable playthrough. Why did you decide to use the Sonic Frontiers style gameplay for Shadow's hub? For 3D Sonic games, the design used to be quite linear, which is what we wanted to change in Sonic Frontiers. This new experience became the open zone format which people really like. So when we were looking back at what people liked about Shadow's games in the past, we wanted to apply that open zone format somewhere in the game to add something recent to the experience. We see the wings again. It's been a few years since Frontiers was released, a year and a half. Should we see the inclusion of open zone gameplay here as evidence that you're quite pleased with how that went? Some time has passed, and I think the big feeling is that the open zone format was successful in doing what we wanted to do, which was to bring something new to the table. We saw that a lot of people who left Sonic games came back because they thought the style of gameplay was interesting, and also people who wouldn't usually be interested in Sonic games also reacted positively to the format. So I feel really glad that the team decided to challenge itself with the open zone format, and I believe it was really successful because you see lots of people reacting positively to the format. So in the future, I really like the team to feel proud about what they made and go and make some more open zone format games. The levels in the original Generations were chosen partly by a fan vote based on their popularity. How did you go about choosing Shadow's levels for this game? When we were thinking about the Sonic Generations format for Shadow, we knew we'd need to relive the history of the character and show the moments that were really important for him. In doing so, the development team looked at what games were popular and which stages were popular within those. So it's kind of just basically saying the levels that were popular amongst Shadow, basically. We'll see what happens. We'll see what they pick. In the past, you've talked a lot about having different pillars of Sonic games which appeal to different audiences, such as the 3D games like Frontiers and 2D games like Mania. Could remasters of classic games now offer another pillar alongside these? It seems you have many 3D titles to revisit. When we think the breakdown of how the pillars work, we think about the gameplay. So the 3D Sonic gameplay is one pillar that we want to keep, but we also realize there are a lot of people who prefer the 2D gameplay. So think about the pillars in terms of gameplay experiences. We do have games like Sonic Colors and Sonic X Shadow Generations. We do have games like Sonic X Shadow Generations that fit the 3D model, and then 2D games like Sonic Origins Plus and Sonic Colors. We have a rich history of games which I think we'll want to bring back and remaster in the future. We don't have anything to announce or talk about in the moment. They're gonna have to do Unleashed at some point. They can run, but they can't hide. It's gonna have to happen. It's gonna have to happen at some point. But if they really are doing Heroes, if Midori is right and they do Heroes, I hope it's not just pawned off to some side team that don't know what they're doing. I hope they take it seriously. You know, update the graphics, use Switch 2 as the base, which means it's gonna be nicer looking than even what we're getting now. Like, I really hope they go in. It was really great to see Oshima-san return to the Sonic series of Superstars last year. Was that a one-off? Would you like to collaborate with him again in the future? It was really fun to work with Oshima-san on the game. It was a long time since we last worked together, so it felt very nostalgic. We've been away from each other for so long, but then everything worked like it used to. I had a blast working them making the game, and I think RSS did a great job executing on recreating that Crisis Sonic game from scratch. Great job, really? Personally, it was so much fun. I have a great relationship with Oshima-san, and I hope we can carry that into the future and maybe work on something else in the future. I mean, Superstars is a whole different team, alright? It's so hard, like, Colors Ultimate was a different team, Superstars is a different team. Sonic Team were only really done since Forces. They've done Frontiers. That's it. So this is their chance to really build their track record for the 2020s. Like Sonic Team to get back on track and be like the trusted titans of Sonic, you know, development, right? If they don't fumble this, and Frontiers was like, see, there's obviously an improvement from Forces, and this could be seen as maybe even an improvement from Frontiers. Sonic Team might be on a win streak if they don't fumble any bags. You know, if we don't include the other team shit like Colors Ultimate and all that, Sonic Team might be on a roll. You've had a Sonic game at every Summer Game Fest the past 3 years, Frontiers, Superstars, and now Sonic X Shadow Generations. What's the secret to maintaining such a prolific production run? Well, pillars, right? Game development is nothing like it used to be. It takes so much time nowadays. Sonic Frontiers, for example, took 5 years to develop. I think back in the day, some games took less than a year. What I'm constantly thinking about is planting seeds and making sure that all of those seeds are getting planted and there's enough of them. You then need to wait for games to get developed and make sure you get that cadence down of having them ready for market, because all the prep work you need to put in 3 or 5 years in advance. That means they're already thinking about that Heroes remaster. Ooh. How far in the future do you need to plan? Do you need to know, or do you know which Sonic games are coming out in 10 years? 10 years is a little too long. I've been doing this for 30 years, so I really want to make sure we have something for the fans and that years don't go by within our Sonic. That's what I was saying in the 2010s, but you was saying it don't matter. We got Sonic the Hedgehog toothbrush and condoms, so it don't matter. But they're finally paying attention. We want to make sure that they're happy, and that requires a lot of hard work or communication internally, making sure we're prepared. And I'm thinking about the many features. After 30 years of experience, it just comes naturally. What's the moral of the story? Zuka's just saying a bunch of, you know, mostly vague shit, but a few little gems in there. No Chao Garden, no guns. They're gonna remaster more things, so they won't say what. You know, not too much to say. But yeah, if Movie 4 has Silver, then we might get a Sonic X Silver. Unless Movie 4 is Metal Sonic, then we get Sonic X Metal Sonic. Plus another remaster, I don't know. As for Shadow Generations, we'll just have to see what happens. But the way it's looking so far, I don't know what else they got in store for the game. The length, how the open zone is gonna play, the quality of the level design as the game goes on. I haven't played it, so I don't know control. But they might somehow get an 80 on Metacritic. They might be able to hit it. If the level of polish that they showed on the levels we saw, and the menus and the HUDs and all that, and the camera angles and shit like that, if they keep that up, they might just get the 80. Like, it might happen for them. Because I don't want it to happen when they don't deserve it, because they're gonna get complacent. I have to feel like it's deserved, otherwise I'll get annoyed, right? So like with Frontiers, I don't think it deserved an 80, and it didn't get one. But like, this feels about right. It was rough around the edges. There were cut corners. They reused the same levels in cyberspace. They reused the Kronos Island 3 times. It didn't deserve an 80 in my opinion. So I'm glad they didn't get it. Superstars, people obviously dick rode it because it was classic Sonic, but even that got more than Frontiers, undeserved. It should have gotten less than Frontiers. But, you know, if they keep up what they showed at this level, and the open zone is good, and the presentation is good, the bosses are good, they might just get the 80. Now, I'm not saying that's the greatest level design ever or anything like that. I don't think it's surpassed, you know, modern generations level design, but it's clear that they're putting in effort, right? I appreciate the effort. I still think they could have had more mechanics like drift, or even like a trick system on the ramps, something little like that would have been nice. But I appreciate the effort. Let's see if it works out for them. You're still live. This game really sparked something. I mean, it was supposed to be a quick stream. It's the fucking menus, man. I'm sorry. It's the menus. It's the menus, man. Seriously. Actually, before I go, I'm gonna do a quick poll, because I know they said they were gonna change the control scheme, but we could change it back. But I just want to know quickly. I'm just curious. I just need to know the answer to this question because it's kind of been bugging me. Let me put some closing music on. Happy place music. All right. How do I switch it to a poll? Why is the poll not showing up? Oh, you gotta set it from there. Okay, there we go. I just need to know what people think about that. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. R2. So with the new control scheme, then putting boost on R2, that means everyone has to retrain to drift with L2 if it's on L2. That is kind of weird. You know? It is what it is at the end of the day, because you can change it back apparently, so... You know... It's just interesting to know that most people do in fact use R2 to drift. Anyway. Menus are beautiful. Menus are beautiful. My god. Beautiful menus. Beautiful menu. Beautiful menus. Anyway, man. I think that's it for me. It wasn't supposed to be a 4-hour stream. It was supposed to be a quick thing. I'll probably come back if we get more info by the end of the week, or maybe next week. Then I'll come back. Show the modern drop dash. I don't have the link for that right now. I saw it a while ago, but I don't have the link. If someone's got the link for the classic and modern drop dash, then we can check it out before we go. Because I saw it off stream, that's why. What if the drift is all made now like in Frontier? They wouldn't dare. They're not trying to do that level of butchering. A mod needs to send the link. Oh yeah, a mod has to send the link. Oh, looks like Jaden's got it. Let's see. Alright. Let's check this out. Yeah, the modern drop dash is OP though. I mean, relative to the boost, it's not OP, but relative to the classic drop dash, it was OP. But you'd have to run out of boost to really need to use it, I guess. Can you drop dash into a boost? Can you do that? Like if I like jump in the middle of platforming and I finish, can I like drop dash and then boost? Or am I like curled into a ball so I can't boost? Because before you couldn't just curl into a ball in Generations, right? Not in modern Sonic. It just didn't happen unless it was like a scripted sequence. So can I like boost from this state? I think that's a question that we need to figure out. Because then you could like drop dash and the moment you land, just turn it into a boost. I mean, I guess you could air dash as well, but the Generations air dash isn't like Forces where the air dash continues into a boost when you land. The Generations air dash is like a quick burst kind of thing. So if you could drop dash and then the moment you land, then convert it to a boost. You know? That could be an interesting way of doing it. But yeah, good move. Whew. But yeah. Good stream. Almost 4.5 hours. Crazy stream, man. Thank you so much for the support, people in chat, people that donated, everyone, really. I think we had some really good constructive conversations. We can see that Sonic team are putting in more effort. If it works out for them, we'll find out. But right now, from a polish standpoint, it's looking well above the level of Frontiers. That's not me ranking the games as games. I'm just talking about like the presentation and the polish. If Unleashed is the gold standard of like presentation in a modern Sonic game, this might just beat that. Again, that's not me saying I'm gonna like the game more than Unleashed. Relax. I love the Whalehog. I love Eggman Land. I love Day Stages. I'm just saying like the presentation bar might have just been raised for modern Sonic. Because the way they were going with this shit, they took presentation seriously. Seriously, okay? So, yeah, I think that's it. I think I'm done before I end up on a long ass outro. I don't want to start talking too much, you know me. Long ass outros. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. It's basically 2 a.m. where I live. So, I'm tired as fuck. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell. More content coming soon to the channel. But yeah, man, thanks you guys for watching. It's been real. Daremy out.